Alo, alo. Em phải ở trong cái này không hả anh? Hay em ở trong cái khác?
Không, tất cả mọi người không phải từ đầu.
Thế tí nữa xong judges cũng đi vào đây à? Thế xong rồi anh mới tạo phòng breakout ra cho judges à?
Đây, bây giờ các judge vào đủ thì bọn em anh sẽ tạo phòng luôn. Đây có Hey Andy.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi Andy, how you going? We good. We ready for the final showdown.
Where are you, Professor Wu?
Currently in Pittsburgh.
Oh, great. Are you traveling at the moment?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay.
So our team is preparing for some final logistic and some technical issues. So we will live stream on Facebook, YouTube, and on
Sorry, give me 1 second. I gotta find a headset. I'm having trouble hearing you guys.
Yeah, we will create a breakout rooms for the judges, and our team will walk you through the grading criteria, the grading sheet, and and after all of the 6 finalists speech, you all of the judges will be assigned to breakout rooms, so you will deliberate and decide the winner.
During break, do we put judges in the breakout room as well, like for the first break?
Yeah, I can decide.
Okay, so yeah, just remember after the first 3 team, you're gonna put the judges in, and myself and them in the breakout rooms, and then no.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good. Just want to double check. So there's only one time.
Wait. Yeah, this only happens after test case.
Okay, good.
And now
can you create the breakout rooms for us?
Yeah, I can create now. So Tom and Jean and Ling will go to the breakout room with our judges, and we will walk you through the process. Okay. I think only Professor Andy Wu is here. I just create rooms.
So maybe we wait a little bit more, and then when we have more judges, we can go to breakout room.
Yeah, we'll wait for a few more judges.
Yeah. And Tâm, do you have the grading criteria and like in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Will you share the screens and then we can walk the judges through that?
I see Sarah. Hey, Sarah.
Hi, everyone. Sorry I'm a little late.
No worries.
Oh, Stephen, you look so nice. Everyone looks so nice.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. You look great too.
Oh, I was like, should I dress up? But I was like, it's late over here. Well, it's late for me because I wake up very early. So I usually sleep by this time or 9. I was like, I think a gray crew neck should be fine.
You look great. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Where are you right now?
I'm in Brooklyn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the same. The same time zone.
Yeah.
We are in Boston right now.
Cool. Is there a link to an agenda? Is on the website?
Mm-hmm.
Could someone shoot the link in the chat box? I just want to take a quick.
Yeah, I can do that. Just a second.
Tim, I think it's a good idea to upload the agenda on our Facebook and our website so that everybody can look at it. And Sarah, very nice to meet you. So I worked with Holly.
With who?
Holly of
Holly
Joanne's Partners.
Boston. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, it's so long. I haven't seen Holly in so long. That's so cool. Nice to meet you, Mai.
Nice to meet you. So I heard a lot about your business lately. Seems like there's a lot of noises and people are very interested.
Oh, cool. From like the Boston community?
Yeah, like the Boston, New York, San Francisco.
Oh, nice.
Anytime I introduce to other people that I'm Vietnamese, and I'm very much involved in the startup community, and they were like, "Do you know Sarah Nguyen? Do you know like her coffee business?"
Oh my God, so cool. Well, yeah. So Boston, so like New York, LA, and SF are like our biggest audiences. In terms of like direct to consumer. And then I'm from Boston, so a huge community there. And then because I went to UCLA and I also went to UC Berkeley for a semester, I have like a pretty nice like community of folks in California as well. But yeah, in terms of, I'm actually, to be honest, I'm like, I've started getting more involved in the startup community since I started with Coffee Supply. And it's been really cool connecting. That's awesome.
Nice.
I'm happy to hear that that people know about us. That's really cool.
Yeah.
And where are you at, Mai? Are you in Boston?
Yeah, I'm actually socially distancing from Braintree.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Did you grow up in Boston?
Yeah, born and raised. I grew up.
Hello.
So cool.
Hi, Mike.
Howdy. Hey, May.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
I was talking to Sarah. Do you guys invest in Sarah's company?
I don't think so, not yet. You've been talking to our folks, right? And so I don't actually know where we stand right now.
Wait, I'm sorry. Which company or fund are you with, Mike?
Social Starts and Joyance.
I don't think we've been connected. No.
Oh, then I guess we haven't. But
yeah.
you connected us to someone just a little while ago. Okay. Who was that?
Yeah, I think it's Sarah. I think it's such a full circle. I think at some point someone from Vietnam Finance Society introduced the two of us, and then I passed along your contact to Holly.
Holly, yeah.
Yeah.
Holly Jacobus?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's us.
I don't think we've actually been in contact though. So but yeah, Mike, if your fund invests in consumer packaged goods startups,
we do, and Holly is the consumer.
Very cool. Okay, we'll connect offline.
You should have all of my contact information from this, but if you don't.
Okay. I'll follow up. We're really close. We have I've been raising since July, and it's a $500,000 round, and we're at 422. So just a little bit more to go.
Got it.
Chị Mai ơi, chị nghe được em không?
Yeah, chị nghe được em ạ.
Ok chị ạ, em test lại lần cuối cho anh Hưng, đến rồi anh Hưng đang chuẩn bị một chút.
Yep.
Nhìn cho em cái bắt cái này ok rồi đúng không?
Rất là ok.
Em vừa muốn set up lại ở trong phòng của anh ý cho nó nhìn nó đẹp hơn là phòng họp.
Yep.
Ok, sorry chị nói chuyện tiếp các bác gì nhá, em phải cắt lời một tí để test lại.
Không có vấn đề gì đâu em ơi.
Chị ra chị lấy tay nghe.
So Tâm and Jean, do you guys have to get into a breakout room to discuss the rating criteria with judges?
We're just waiting for a few minutes for all the judges to join us. So I think we have a few people here. We can start going into the breakout room.
I invite all of the judges and and Jean to the breakout rooms. So now you can go to the breakout rooms and walk through the judges, the process. All right. I think they are gone.
Okay.
All right. Đầu cầu ở Hà Nội có cần test âm thanh không nhỉ? Alo.
Oh, it's pretty amazing. It seems like we have hundreds of people in Hanoi.
Ổn rồi đấy.
How long can we like go live now to play some videos and the countdown video, something like that? Why we're using the Zoom, you know?
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Just touching the mic. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
You can hear you very clearly. All right. We will go live from in the next 5 minutes. But no worry, everything in the Zoom will be like private. We only play some countdown videos or some promoting videos.
Even question, so the Zoom is like private. How will we know what's being live streamed out?
You can open the web browser.
The web browser, then we'll see what's being okay.
Yeah. So actually, if you watch on our website, on YouTube, and Facebook, there is better quality.
Okay. Okay.
Because we can use some graphics on the live stream, and we cannot use some graphic in the Zoom.
Got it. Okay. So okay. Be right back.
Anyone wants to test the logistics or test the sound or want to test how to share slides, something like that? Hi, Vivek.
Hi, how are you? I'm going to put on my mic. This one's okay.
Hi, Vivek. Now I'm going to
Good evening, everyone, and good morning if you're on the other side of the globe. Welcome to the final round of VietChallenge 2020. My name is Sabrina Liu, and I am very honored to be the host of tonight's event.
Thank you so much for joining us at VietChallenge today. My name is Jensen Fu, and along with Sabrina, I will be co-hosting the event tonight.
2020 has been a unique year with new sets of challenges to all of us. However, we have seen Vietnamese entrepreneurs thrive, getting one step closer to the business success. Today, we want to introduce to you our top 6 finalists of VietChallenge 2020, who have brilliant business ideas and great dedication to make an impact with their businesses.
We at VietChallenge understand what an unpredictable and difficult year 2020 has been, and therefore we celebrate the teams who have navigated through these hardships to present their ideas today. Now, on top of that, as an organization, we also want to first acknowledge and then honor and also celebrate our guests, judges, speakers, and panelists, without whom coming together today in this Zoom call would not be possible. Thank you so much for being with us throughout the competition and for taking the time to join us tonight. Your presence and continued support mean a lot to us at VietChallenge. Now, before we learn more about our judges and hear from the finalists, it is customary for us at VietChallenge to kick off with a few notes from Ms. Mai Phan Ramirez, the founder and president of VietChallenge, and Mr. Stephen Tai Nguyen, CEO of VietChallenge. Mrs. Mai Phan Ramirez and Mr. Stephen Tai Nguyen will help reflect on the journey of VietChallenge in the past years, and also welcome an honored guest to speak to the VietChallenge audience today.
Welcome to the final round of VietChallenge 2020. My name is Mai Phan Ramirez, founder and president of VietChallenge.
And I'm Stephen Tai Nguyen, CEO of VietChallenge.
When we ended VietChallenge 2019, we look forward to 2020 as the dawn of a new decade, full of possibilities. Instead, 2020 has presented itself as a year of limitations. Try dining out or buying a movie ticket. Despite its best efforts, though, 2020 has not limited our innovation and our spirit to overcome.
And neither has anyone interested in tonight. From Hanoi to Boston to San Francisco to various locations around the world, hundreds of people have gathered together in our watch parties, and thousands more have tuned in to streaming services. And although our contestants and our judges are not in the same location, the spirit that combines us together is universal.
2020 also marks the 5th year anniversary of VietChallenge. A year ago, we had planned something totally different, but tonight, something grand. Unfortunately, the universe threw us a curveball, but not an unsurmountable obstacle, a competition rooted in ever-changing needs of the world will always find a way to respond.
And tonight is too important to just give in. Over the past 5 years, VietChallenge have launched more than 800 startups, and we have raised more than $8 million from investors.
We ourselves have given away $150,000 in cash, no strings attached. Not that our contestants have come here just for the cash prizes. They come here to present their ideas to an international audience of investors. They come for the mentorship. The mentors we recruited have locked in more than 250,000 hours of quality time that none of these teams could have afforded on their own.
And while it's easy to look at all that we lost in 2020, we prefer to focus on areas that we have been benefited. We have discovered a growing need for virtual events where startups can pitch ideas to global investors. And we also realize that equity crowdfunding in the US is becoming more accessible to international startups, especially Vietnamese startups. And with that in mind, we have established the VietChallenge Venture Network of more than 65 VC firms and angel investors. We also signed a partnership agreement with Republic, the leading equity crowdfunding and blockchain platform in the US. And after tonight's final round, we and Republic will inaugurate VietLaunch, a platform promoting Vietnamese startups to American investors.
None of this could have been possible without our sponsors, judges, mentors, and our volunteers and staff members operating on 2 continents. I need to single out a few names who have been with us throughout the journey, mentoring us and refueling our confidence when we need it the most. Our judges Mike Edenhart, Vivek Soni, and his wife Amita Soni, who is also a judge and a mentor of VietChallenge, anh Thuyền Do, Danny Cower, anh Bình Trần, Andrain, Ewan Vrelly, Professor Andy Wu, Edmund Kara, and especially our partner in Big Brother in Business, Kendrick Nguyen. Our team leaders, Tâm Lương, Jean Phạm, Linh Đặng, Jensen Vũ, Jenna Phương Nguyễn, Kristen Liên Lê, Nga Phạm, Trang L.S. Nguyễn, Long Vũ, Trần Quang Hưng, Nguyễn Minh Cường, Victoria Vân, Hà Hoàng, Sabrina Uyên Lưu, Ha Trần, Giang Trần, and many more. We also need to give a shout out to our sponsors at SSI Securities Corporation, Google, Facebook, BDA Partners, Vina Capital, along with so many more. We also want to thank our friends and sponsors at the National Innovation Center and Project 844.
At this moment, let's focus on our contestants. That is the reason why we gather here tonight. Congratulations! And after 2 rigorous rounds of competitions, our judges have chosen you out of hundreds of the other teams. And no matter how tonight stands up, and no matter who wins, it's important to remain connected with our investor, judges, fellow contestants, and organizers.
We cannot end our speech without introducing our keynote speaker, a legend in the business world, a Vietnamese giant whose reputation extends well beyond borders, the one and only Mr. Nguyễn Duy Hưng, founder and chairman of SSI Securities Company and founder of and chairman of the Pan Group. In 1999, Mr. Nguyen set up his company, SSI, the first privately licensed securities firm in Vietnam. After 20 years, SSI has become a leading securities company in terms of market capitalization, revenue, and market share, and the company's market cap is $466 million US. He is also the founder and chairman of the Pan Group, the top regional agricultural and food company.
And Mr. Nguyen is the epitome of business integrity. He understands that leadership includes a duty to pay back to the community, and that he has done. When no one knew what VietChallenge was, he trusted and supported us financially. He invested not only his money, but his time and advice. And in return, he never asked us to do anything more than go do it and make us proud. The fact that he's here tonight, celebrating our 5th anniversary, tells us that we are doing what he asked us to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please meet the legend behind Vietnam's astonishing business successes and the biggest supporter of young Vietnamese entrepreneurs and VietChallenge, Mr. Nguyễn Duy Hưng.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn đã về tham dự của vòng chung kết VietChallenge 2020. Thật là vinh dự cho tôi được lãnh đạo của VietChallenge mời làm phát biểu khai mạc cho cái đêm chung kết này. Đồng hành cùng với cả VietChallenge 5 năm qua, tôi chứng kiến sự lớn mạnh không ngừng cũng như sự phát triển thay đổi về lượng và chất của VietChallenge. Chúng tôi không coi việc đồng hành với các bạn là một nghĩa cử hoàn toàn thuần túy trong những hỗ trợ, và chúng tôi coi đây là một trách nhiệm cũng như vinh dự của những người đi trước, tham gia góp phần định hướng và hỗ trợ những thế hệ đi sau. Nhớ lại 5 năm trước khi mà các bạn founder của VietChallenge gặp để trình bày ý tưởng này, thì chắc chắn không có ai, kể cả những người trực tiếp làm, để nghĩ rằng hôm nay chúng ta có được một cái diễn đàn tốt như thế này. Từ một cuộc thi hoàn toàn mang tính nội bộ, ngày hôm nay nó không còn là một cuộc thi nữa, nó trở thành diễn đàn nơi những người có ý tưởng, những lớp trẻ có mong muốn khởi nghiệp về đây để trình bày các ý tưởng của mình. Những nhà đầu tư, những người đi trước đến đây để tham gia định hướng, tham gia tìm kiếm cơ hội đầu tư, và lớn hơn cả là cùng nhau tạo ra một diễn đàn phát triển cái sự phát triển chung của Việt Nam cũng như của kinh tế thế giới. Tôi là trường phái đấu tranh về phát triển bền vững. Đối với tôi, phát triển kinh tế, giữ gìn môi trường và đảm bảo những công bằng xã hội là điều luôn luôn tôi tâm niệm phát triển trong nhiều năm qua. Đã nhiều lúc mà tôi cũng trình bày với cả các vị lãnh đạo là tôi cảm thấy lo ngại khi tài nguyên bị khai thác một cách quá đáng. Tôi cũng cảm thấy lo ngại khi có những cái bất bình đẳng trong các cái sự phân biệt trong cái giàu nghèo, trong thu nhập của các tầng lớp nó bắt đầu trở nên lan rộng. Và tôi cũng cảm thấy lo ngại khi các cái cơ hội cho thế hệ sau nó không còn nhiều khi chúng ta tiếp tục khai thác. Nhưng rồi dần dần tôi thấy rằng là thế hệ trẻ họ rất tốt, họ rất tài, các bạn rất là xuất sắc. Và khi đại dịch Covid xảy ra, tôi hiểu rằng là những cái gì mà chúng ta mong muốn phát triển bền vững, đấy là những nguyên lý, những triết lý rất là đúng đắn để có thể phát triển lâu dài, chung sống với nhau. Gần đây có một cái tin là công ty Zoom mà hôm nay chúng ta dùng để hội thảo trực tuyến này có market cap tương đương với cả 7 hãng hàng không lớn nhất thế giới. Điều đó có nghĩa rằng là cơ hội cho các bạn, cơ hội cho thế hệ sau còn rất lớn, còn rất rộng nếu như chúng ta biết tận dụng, biết phát huy và biết tìm kiếm ở trong chặt lọc trong những cơ hội sẵn có ở trong đời để có thể thành công được. Nhìn lại tất cả những gì mà các bạn đã làm, tôi thực sự tự hào, tôi thực sự cảm thấy mình là may mắn đã được gắn bó với các bạn từ ngày đầu. Và hơn ai hết thì các bạn ngày hôm nay không còn chỉ là một cái phong trào riêng của sinh viên nữa, mà được tất cả các cộng đồng quan tâm, từ chính phủ đến cộng đồng doanh nghiệp đến và giới khởi nghiệp, người Việt ở khắp nơi trên thế giới đều quan tâm sự kiện này. Họ không quan tâm đây chỉ là một giải thưởng của khởi nghiệp, mà đây là một cơ hội để gắn kết với nhau, để trình bày với nhau, để trao đổi những idea, những kiến thức để có thể cùng nhau tồn tại và phát triển. Để làm được tất cả những điều này, một lần nữa thì phải khen ngợi các bạn sinh viên. Các bạn thật sự là những người ăn cơm nhà bác của bà hàng tổng. Các bạn chưa được một cái gì trong cái câu chuyện này, nhưng các bạn đã làm được một phong trào mà đến ngày hôm nay từ Mỹ lan rộng về Việt Nam, và từ Việt Nam lại quay lại Mỹ, một phong trào gắn kết người trong nước và người nước ngoài, gắn kết các bạn sinh viên với những người đã trưởng thành, và gắn kết sinh viên với nhau, và hơn nữa là gắn kết thế hệ tương lai với những thế hệ hiện tại của đất nước. Thật ra thì nếu mà để trong một cái sự kiện mà được nói trong vài phút để muốn bày tỏ hết những cái gì mà để cho mà mong muốn nói với các bạn thì thật là khó. Chỉ có thể nói một điều rằng chúc mừng các bạn và mong các bạn không dừng lại ở những gì chúng ta đã làm được. Chúng ta hãy cố gắng làm nhiều hơn, gắn kết nhiều hơn, sao cho phong trào này nở rộ hơn và trở thành một diễn đàn thực sự, diễn đàn lớn hơn, không chỉ cho các giới khởi nghiệp Việt Nam, người Việt Nam, mà có thể lan rộng ra giới khởi nghiệp nơi các bạn đang học tập và sinh hoạt nước Mỹ. Thế hệ mới, nói như thời đại mới thì khoa học, kiến thức cũng như thị trường thì không biên giới. Nhưng nhà khoa học, nhà doanh nghiệp thì luôn luôn có quê hương. Tôi mong rằng các bạn là những người mang những tinh hoa học được, trải nghiệm được và những suy nghĩ ở những thị trường khác. Hãy nhanh chóng mang trở về, chúng ta cùng nhau xây dựng đất nước ta như mong muốn của các bậc tiền bối. Xin cảm ơn tất cả các bạn. Mong VietChallenge 2021 chúng ta sẽ được gặp nhau một cách trực tiếp ở Boston, chứ không phải làm cùng nhau trao đổi qua video như thế này nữa. Xin cảm ơn tất cả và chúc VietChallenge 2021 thành công tốt đẹp. Xin cảm ơn.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nguyen Duy Hưng. This has been a great way to start off the 5th year of VietChallenge by getting your help to reflect on the journey from the start of VietChallenge 5 years ago as just 2 people coming into your office, as you mentioned. And from then, we have gone way too far and then have achieved quite a lot. So I really appreciate you for helping us to reflect on that. Indeed, as you mentioned, VietChallenge has grown outside of a competition, but to become a forum for Vietnamese youth and economic growth in Vietnam and in the world. It has been a privilege to listen to your insights on how sustainable economic growth and income gap are some of your concerns facing Vietnamese businesses nowadays. But with that, Vietnamese youth, in your impression, have really stepped up to the challenge and really tried our best to contribute to the community and to our economic growth from then, so that we can face the world and also face the COVID pandemic that we face nowadays. We are inspired by your speech, and we believe that your words today will be such a valuable lesson for our finalists, as well as to our audiences who are interested in businesses and investment, and also interested in just giving back to the Vietnamese community as well. So with that, we will take your advice to heart. We will not be complacent with where we are now, what we have accomplished, but we'll always try to reach further and achieve more and more so that we can come back and give back to the Vietnamese community. Again, thank you so much for your words, and we hope that you have a great day and that you will continue to stay with us at VietChallenge and continue to support us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now we would like to introduce our board of judges. First, we have Ms. Anh Duyen, co-founder and partner at Village Global. Ms. Anh Duyen is co-founder and partner at Village Global, which is an early-stage venture fund backed by some of the world's best and most successful entrepreneurs, including Jeff Bezos, Sarah Blakely, Bill Gates, and Reid Hoffman. Experienced as a tech company founder, venture-backed CEO, public company executive, and investor, Ms. Duyen is passionate about aligning teams and applying technology to unleash human potential.
Next, we want to welcome Mr. Bing Chen. Mr. Bing Chen is the managing director. Next, we want to welcome Mr. Bing Chen. Mr. Bing Chen is the founding partner of 500 Startups of Vietnam. 500 Startups Vietnam is one of the most active global venture capital firms. Mr. Bing Chen is a prominent seed stage investor and is well known among Vietnamese connected startups. Before 500 Startups, Mr. Chen started his career as a software engineer and started their 3 failed software startups before co-founded 4 successful startups, including his latest, Clouds, in 2008, which raised over $440 million and was acquired for over $200 million in 2014.
Next, we would like to welcome Mr. Danny Cower. He is a managing director at Navigate Consulting Vietnam. Navigate Consulting is a premier consulting firm focusing on helping international businesses navigate the Vietnamese markets, complexity, and successfully. Mr. Cower has over 10 years of working experience in Vietnam, having been in private practice with the law firms of Mayer, Brown, JSM, and then Duane Morris Vietnam LLC, before coming into his current role for the last 5 years.
Next, we want to also welcome Ms. Lucy Liu, Vice President at BDA Partners. Ms. Liu is a Vice President based in New York, and before joining BDA, she worked for 5 years at RV Capital, a New York-based investment banking boutique, advising clients on buy-side and sell-side M&A transactions with a focus on agriculture. She has closed transactions involving John Deere, Land O'Lakes, Mitsui, Payne Schwartz, and Syngenta as well.
And then we have Mr. Kendrick Nguyen, founder, CEO at Republic. Republic.co is a platform that provides end-to-end fundraising, distribution, and advisory solutions. Mr. Nguyen co-founded 2 other fintech startups and advised the venture capital platform. After a successful business and legal career on fundraising, ops, and investments, Mr. Nguyen and his Republic's team are now helping hundreds of founders and investors with capital raises.
Next, we want to also extend a warm welcome to Mr. Mike Edelhart. Mr. Mike Edelhart is the managing partner of Social Starts and Joanne's partners. Social Starts is a venture capital partnership with a unique data-driven approach to investing in moments of inception and serious financing rounds. Moreover, Mr. Edelhart is also a managing partner at Joanne's Partners, an early-stage venture capital partnership. Joanne's works with entrepreneurs ready to replace today's syndrome-centric approach with something that's more personal, preventative, predictive, and ultimately more powerful as well.
We have Mr. Twin Do, Senior Managing Director at Tenio Capital. Mr. Do has more than 20 years of experience providing advice on strategic transactions to management teams, boards of directors, and companies' principal owners. He has worked as an advisor to clients throughout his career, including Berkshire Hathaway, United Rentals, H&E Equipment Services, and many others, helping with acquisitions, divestitures, and debt and equity raise.
Next, we also have Mr. Vivek Soni, Managing Director of TIE Boston Angels. As managing director, Mr. Soni oversees the operations of the firm's activities and partnerships. Mr. Soni is also managing partner of Boston Clean Tech, which advises clean tech companies. He has held technology roles at Polaroid Corporation and Shell USA. He has a PhD in polymer science from the University of Massachusetts Amherst, and business tech and BTech from Indian Institute of Technology, New Delhi. He is an active charter member and past board member of TIE Boston.
And last but not least, we would like to introduce Professor Andy Wu. Professor Andy Wu is an assistant professor of business administration in the strategy unit of Harvard Business School. Professor Wu is passionate about linking theory with the practice of technology commercialization entrepreneurship. Professor Wu is currently the founder and investor of Identify Technologies. Thank you again for your participation today, our Board of Judges. And this year is a very special year for us at VietChallenge, as it is our 5-year anniversary. To look back at our 5-year journey, we would like to invite you to follow along the upcoming video.
This is our team of hundreds of volunteers. This is our team of dedicated mentors. This is our network of hundreds of sponsors, investors, and partners. This is our team of startup contestants. All of our resources to help us fulfill our mission, which is to become a global platform that empowers entrepreneurs in Southeast Asia. Over the past 5 years, we have faced multiple challenges, but we always remember why we have started and keep pushing forward. VietChallenge is the first, the largest, and the most prestigious 3-round competition for Vietnamese entrepreneurs, hosted by the Association of Vietnamese Students and Professionals in the United States. We are committed to realizing business ideas to solve the challenges of the Vietnamese and global economies. Our goal is to help create startups with the ability to break through and compete in the international arena and play a pioneering role in the development of Vietnam's economy. For the past 5 years, VietChallenge has helped to elevate over 800 startups. Our startups have secured over $8 million of investment. During the last 4 seasons, VietChallenge has awarded approximately $200,000 in cash with no strings attached to its contestants and helped to create over 10,000 jobs all over the world.
Since 2018, VietChallenge and local partners have created many opportunities for startups in Vietnam to connect with international investors and also to link the internal domestic ecosystem with the larger ecosystem in the world.
In this 2020 season, VietChallenge received over 150 applications from startups in different fields, industries from more than 20 countries.
Amongst which 38% are from Hanoi, 40% are from Ho Chi Minh City, and 22% from international communities.
Each year, we fly the top startups in Vietnam to the US to meet directly with investors and to learn how to leverage their business. What makes our team members come back and work harder is knowing that we make a difference. We value taking risks, pushing the boundaries, embracing new ideas, and getting out of the comfort zone to achieve something remarkable today, tomorrow, and beyond. At VietChallenge, we observe, we listen, and we take actions to address the challenges faced by the startup community.
Currently, we offer an intensive one-to-one mentorship program up to 4 months, where startup teams are coached by our talented team of mentors who are investors and business owners with years of expertise. Startup teams learn how to connect with investors, how to effectively present their business ideas, how to expand the market exponentially, and how to manage business strategies. Looking forward, we will stay focused on building a complete startup ecosystem. We are seeking to help more startups leverage their businesses by connecting Vietnamese startups with American investors. We now have our own VietChallenge Venture Network, which was recently launched during the Investor Day on October 4th, 2020. More than 50 investors, venture capitalists interacted directly with the top 6 startups of VietChallenge 2020. We are also planning to partner with VietChallenge to open an accelerator to help startups move beyond the earliest stages of development and expand the network of mentors and investors of VietChallenge. Startups joining VietChallenge next year may have the chance to participate in the VietChallenge signature programs. To complete the ecosystem, together with Republic, one of the most active equity crowdfunding platforms in the US, we recently launched the alpha version of VietLaunch.com, a platform that introduces the top startups in Vietnam to American investors. At VietChallenge, we are both learners and leaders. Before we tackle a challenge, we observe, we study, we analyze to address the needs of the community and better understand how we can serve. When we face challenges, we regroup and continue searching for the answers on how we can do more and do better. Today marks our first 5-year journey. We want to thank you all for being with us. Everything that you have done to help us with what we do has been written in the history and in our heart.
Now it is time for us to introduce our top 6 finalists of VietChallenge 2020. As a reminder, each team will have 5 minutes to present, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A by the judges. Teams will be assessed based on their performance during the presentation and the Q&A. With that, let's jump right in and take a look at the 6 finalists of VietChallenge.
Our first finalist is Student Life Care. Student Life Care seeks to support Vietnamese students throughout the entire study abroad experience, before going to foreign countries and even after graduation. They provide a wide range of accommodating services, like helping students open bank accounts, finding reliable and affordable housing, to creating professional networks and applying for jobs as well. Besides that, they also offer real estate investment consulting in Australia and support customers in immigrations and settling abroad as well. Now, if that sounds too good to be true, please take a look for yourself, and let's take a look at Student Life Care's introduction video. All right, Student Life Care, you will have 5 minutes to pitch. Please start getting ready and wait for our signal to start. Go Studio, please be ready to go next.
Student Life Care, you can start when you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Hello, judges. My name is Eric Ha, founder of Student Life Care. Today is a pleasure for me to introduce and pitch to you the company that I found 6 years ago. Student Life Care is a comprehensive study abroad platform, provide end-to-end services for students who study abroad from Vietnam to other countries. So we focus on optimizing the student journey from apply scholarship and visa before departure. And after departure, we provide a variety of services from accommodation arrangement, part-time jobs, airport pickup, city tour, money transfer, and other caring services. And when the student about to finish their study journey, we also provide postgraduate services like immigration, investment, jobs, real estate, and so on. The reason I start the company because I was an international student, study 8 years in Australia, and I faced so many problems. When I was in Vietnam, I meet a traditional study abroad agent in Vietnam, and they tell me a lot of big dreams, a sweet dream with a good picture. And then when I go to Australia, I face a lot of difficulties from culture shock, from language difference, and other difficulties. So I myself experienced it, and I met a lot of other students who meet it themselves. Therefore, I established Student Life Care. Across many years, 6 years from now, we are the leading study abroad platform in Vietnam. In 2019, we are merging with one of the top 3 traditional agents in Vietnam to increase our model from from offline to online. So there are 2 main problems we found out in the study abroad journey. First is student parents, they have a lot of difficulties and struggle when they find information where to study, when to study, and how much for the cost, and so on. So there are a lot of information in the internet, and then in Vietnam there are 2,000 traditional agents who provide different information that confuse them. And the second one is when they go overseas, there's no support for them at all. And normally the traditional agent in Vietnam, they don't have the resources to provide and have the representative office in the country to support for them. So our solution is we create a platform first for searching the school and the courses for the students. So our platform now is connect with 1,700 university partners over the world. And we have more than 2,000 articles and review made by study abroad alumni, and it's updated daily. And if the students still find it hard to find the information online, they can order more than 10 years experienced counselor to help them to find the right courses and the right school. Secondly, when they find the school and the courses, they can have 2 options. First, they can do all the self-service enroll online, so they can apply for the scholarship, apply for the visa online. So we have all the information online to help them to do so. And if they want a premium services, apply one-on-one with our experts, they just pay an extra fee and someone will help them along the way. So this is evolutionary in the market, because like all the traditional agents, they have to count on the human resources to consult for the student one-on-one. So it's the main limitation to limit their growth. So the more students come, they don't have enough human resources to serve them all. And when one consultant have to serve so many students, the quality is going down because they cannot remember all the application of all the students. So now we provide two options for the students that they can apply online or offline. And then after they finish the process, they can use our post-departure services, and the community will help them along the way until they graduate. So this is a visualize of our products. So we have a product range of website, mobile apps, and series of Facebook group with more than 50,000 members. Our market opportunity is for Vietnam itself is 170,000 students study abroad every year. And the market is about 3 to 4 billion spending every year for the Vietnamese market itself. And if we look at the SIM market, it's going to be more than 10 billion for the study abroad market. So our revenue model is we receive the revenue from the successful admission from the school. So every single admission successful, we get about $2,500. And we also get the first time service free for the student, and also student pay for us during the study journey. So the estimated lifetime value is from $2,500 to $4,000 per student. Our go-to-market strategy is we have Facebook, a lot of Facebook group in Vietnam and in different countries from Australia, USA, Canada, and so on. So all the group is focused on provide information and provide day-to-day information for the students. And we have an ambassador program running through more than 100 top high school in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City. We all have our ambassador in every school to spread our news, our scholarship, and get all their friends to sign up in our platform. Our competitors in Vietnam is mainly IDP and hot courses. So they are listed in Australia for more than $500 million, and they are the #1 study abroad agent in the world. So every year they made more than 30,000 applications worldwide. In Vietnam, they made more than 1,200 applications, and our company made about 700 applications per year. So our traction, this is we have in 2019, our total revenue is 1.4 million. Our net profit is about $400,000. The total customer we serve so far is more than 10,000 customers. And the total student hero, the one who work for our platform to provide all the caring support services after departure for the new students, is more than 2,000. Our high school ambassador, we have more than 80 high schools in big cities, and we have 40% referral from the past customer, and total member across our community is more than 70,000. This is our team. So I'm the sole founder of the company, and then after 3 years, I have Stephen, who is my elder brother, join with me. He also an Australian alumni, and he operating student life care more than 4 years now. His main role is focusing on managing the community. And we have Miss Han Nguyen. She is the owner of the merging company, the top 3 company in Vietnam. We merging in 2019. She now the COO of the company. She has more than 20 years in doing the application, scholarship, and visa for all the students. So she leading the application team and the visa team, and also she helped us to digitalize the process into online. So before I end the presentation, I would like to brief a bit of how the COVID-19 impact us. So study abroad is one of the most impactful sector because of the COVID-19. So our main revenue stream are suspended and reduced by 80%. We have to cut down the staff by 60%, and many of the staff that work for us so many years is a very sad, and we're suffering loss from 6 months from February to July. And however, we have an upside thanks to the COVID, so we have more time to reflect and to think like what we can do better after the COVID. So we make a better plan to recovery and scalable plan using the platform to not rely on the human resources, but like rely on the technology to grow after that. So our community member actually grow more than 300% during the COVID-19. And we have the chance to optimizing other revenue stream like post-departure services. And we also have the revenue stream from marketing from our student community. So we luckily we actually break even since August. So I would like to
sorry,
use
student
this
life care.
opportunity to thanks for our
Sorry,
team.
student life care. We would like to announce that you're already 5 minutes over of your pitch time, and now it's going to be the Q&A time for the judges. And because you went 5 minutes over, the Q&A time will be cut down to 5 minutes. We will have to end in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, judges, you can go ahead with your questions.
Hi, Eric. This is Ken Nguyen from Republic. That was an excellent presentation. Congratulations on the very impressive traction that you've gotten. I have two questions for you. One is that you mentioned that recently you went from more manual to online, on a more productized fashion.
Yeah.
I would like to know when that happened, and did you see significant growth that would indicate scalability post the productization of your services? And the second question is on quality control. I would love to understand a little bit more about the services provided, because the universities and the students looking at these options, it is such a wide range across different countries. So how do you make it systematic or productized enough and yet maintain the quality of the product and the services?
Thank you for your question. You're right, because like we have a range of variety of the products, so it's a bit difficult for us to control the quality of them all. That's why the reason why we decide to grow slowly. We not like try to aggressively grow. So across like for the first 5 years, we just focusing on improving the services from overseas. So we have more than 2,000 student hero working for us for the platform to provide the services for the new student. So we try to recruit the right one, and then we have the process to manage them and manage the quality. So luckily, we always receive the average of 4.7 per out of 5 star from the new students. And when we start jumping to the application process, we digitalize them. We're not trying to do it by themselves. We're merging with one of the top 3. They have 20 years in the market to do the application. And for the quality control of the application, as I said in the process, we provide the online option, but we also provide the premium offline option for the student. When they struggle, they can still connect with our more than 15 years experience expert to help them to make sure they have 100% successful application, because it's very important for us. And when we start digitalizing the platform, we find out we cut about 30% of the cost, because like normally we have to pay for the office, very expensive for the student and parents to visit us. And we have to pay for the sales staff, because like they have to consult the student. Normally they have to follow them for 1 year. And then after 1 year, maybe they will go to another agent to sign up the contract. So it's a waste of resources. So now what we do is we give our special, that 30% cut cost, we give back to the student on the online. So it's a special scholarship for them. So wherever they considering the services, they will come back to us, because they have an extra about $1,000 to $2,000 scholarship, much more affordable and cheaper to others, other apply platform. So we see that is a significant improvement in the process.
So Eric, this is Vivek Soni. You said you merged with, you didn't indicate the name, but there's a company I think called StudyLink that you merged with, right? And so
Yep.
So the 1.4 million, how much of that was StudyLink revenue? And because if I'm not mistaken, most of the revenue, that 1.4 and all the profit was StudyLink, right?
No, it's not. So StudyLink is about 800K, and the rest come from us.
Okay, so this was in 2019.
Yep, 2019.
Thank you.
Because in 2020, all the border is shut down because of the COVID-19. So all our revenue are currently suspended because like no student can leave the country at the moment. Very few of them can leave. So actually we cannot receive any commission from the school.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Question. Seems like a very valuable service for the students. Thanks for solving and helping students along their journey. Do you have direct agreements with each of these 1,700 schools, or do you go through another platform? And I guess which of your two solutions is more differentiated and scalable, helping students apply or the services they receive after they depart?
So for the 1,700 university, we directly working with them. Thanks to the network of and relationship of the merging company, they work with them for more than 20 years already. So for the contract, we have directly contract with all the university. And from your second question, so I would think the application process.
Just to be clear, you have a direct relationship with each of the 1,700 schools. You have an agreement with them, or do you go through the intermediary?
We have a directly agreement with them. And the second question is, I think like both of the services can be scalable, but for the main revenue stream and for the bigger market, it's gonna be the application process.
What about differentiated?
So we have three differentiate in the platform. The first is we combine all the information and comprehensively in one platform. That's one thing, because in Vietnam now, normally one study abroad agency, they only strong in particular market like Australia or Canada or USA. And also they not providing the reviews and other factor of the school. They just telling all of them are very good. So that's the first thing differentiate us. The second thing is like because like as I said to Judge Kendrick before, so we cut down the office cost, and we also cut down the sales staff cost for the process to follow the students. So they actually just come to us to considering on online information and they start applying. So cutting a lot of costs will provide more incentive for the student who apply to our platform. So to make it more affordable to compare to other platforms, that's the second differentiate. And the third one is we have a lot of services compared to other platforms, because like that's one of our strengths in the first 5 years as we start student life care. We have a lot of postgraduate and post-departure services. Thank you.
It sounds like community is a big part of your model. Do you have any stats on the engagement of that community or the engagement over time?
Thank you for the question. So now you are really right about that. So for the COVID-19, one of our main focus is improving the communities, because like we find out all of them stay at home, so they can still use the phone and they still use the computer. So it's a big chance for us to improve the communities. So during the COVID-19, we have a community of conducting contents every day for them. So we have a team of 70 people. They are all study abroad alumni around the world to provide good content for them to read every day. And also we launched a free shopping delivery for all of our community around the world. So the engagement in all the community significantly raising more than 200% compared to the past. So normally in the platform, we have a different Facebook group. So for example, if one group is about 20,000 members, then normally the indicator show that the active member is about 15,000 to 17,000 in that group. So it's we not try to combine very big group, but we try to manage a medium and small group of communities with a very high engagement in those groups.
Well, thank you so much for your answer, and thank you to all of our judges for your questions. I think we've run out of the time budget for Student Life Care, but thank you so much again for your presentations, and we look forward to seeing more from Student Life Care in the future.
Yep.
Thank you, Student Life Care, for an amazing opening presentation. And before we go on, as a reminder, this year is the first time that the audience can vote for their most favorite team through our website and through like share on our Facebook. Please vote for your most favorite team to enter a raffle to win a $50 Amazon gift card. And your most favorite team will also receive a $500 in cash. So yeah, please go support them. And our votes will close right after the last presentation. And up next, we have Go Studio. Go Studio is a modern solution for interactive live stream on different social networking platforms. Please have a look at their introduction video.
GoStream Technology Joint Stock Company was established in October 2017. Our main goal is to create solutions, products and services that bring the most useful and practical value to customers and partners. Livestream has brought us huge benefits. The essence of the livestream is not only for selling immediately, but also for advertising, branding. Understanding that, GoStream has released many technology products to support streamers save time and money with outstanding features that never before have had any tools.
Yes, Go Studio has an extremely user-friendly interface, and they help businesses and streamers increase audience engagement by offering many support features like organizing mini games, creating an interview or a poll, live streaming from multiple sources, and adding appealing visual effects. So now, Go Studio, please start sharing your screen. And Travel is going to be the next team to present. Please get ready. Okay, Go Studio, you have 5 minutes to pitch. The stage is now yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lim. I am co-founder of GoStream company. Today, I want to introduce our product, Go Studio. Go Studio is the leading live streaming software. Our mission is to help broadcaster, business owner, and content creator grow their community and increase sales through live streaming. How can we do that? We can help you to engage with audience with like comment, like pulling, and lucky draw. We can grow your community. Now you can host your talk show on social network. I can help you to increase conversion rate. Now viewer can comment to buy product right on the live stream. Go Studio can promote your brand. You can add your logo, frame, image anytime during your show. Go Studio is a web platform in SaaS model. You can go live in minutes. All you need is a laptop and an internet connection. Our target customer is enterprise who want to sell product on social network, online salesman, producer of online entertainment content, and people do online training. Our target market is Vietnam, and in Southeast Asia, we focus on Thailand and Indonesia. Our business model is freemium. User can use Go Studio for free with limit feature. To use full feature, user will pay monthly fee from 15 to 150 USD. Besides the standard package, we also have customized package for brand to start from 2,000 USD per campaign. We have some big customer is the Tiki, the biggest e-commerce platform in Vietnam. VTV Cable, the government broadcaster in Vietnam. Year One, the biggest digital entertainment content in Vietnam. And Nest Media, the biggest media company for sport in Vietnam. We have over 10,000 registered users, over 150 paid users, and grow 15% monthly. According to the report of Google and Temasek, Southeast Asia e-commerce have reached 38 billion USD in 2019 and become the largest sector in 2019, up 7 times compared with 5.5 billion USD in 2015. This sector is on track to reach 150 billion USD in 2025. E-commerce is now a daily shopping experience, averaging over 5 million orders per day. And in Southeast Asia, especially in Vietnam and Thailand, live stream is a new trend in e-commerce. In online media, including advertising, game, digital music, and video on demand subscriber, has reached 14 billion USD in 2019, with about 100 million internet users had just started to go online between 2015 to 2019. Live stream is a growth engine of this market. One of our success stories is with Tiki Live. With live polling and lucky draw, we help them to attract 4 times more viewers than usual. The second success story is with Year One. This is a game show project. With live polling and lucky draw, we help them to attract concurrent users 1.5 thousand and total 1.2 million views. This is our core team, Mr. Nghiêm Tiến Viễn, CEO. He has more than 10 years experience in product development. CTO Nguyễn Trọng Hoàng, he has more than 10 years experience in software engineering. And me, CGO Phạm Ngọc Duy Liêm, I have more than 15 years experience in telco, especially in content delivery network and OTT platform. This is our financial projection. We will get break even in September 2021 after 15 months in operation. And we are here to seeking potential investor and potential partner to make Go Studio go to global. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Go Studio, for a fantastic presentation. Now let's turn to the judges for any questions.
So, Pham, this is Vivek Soni. Quick question. Alibaba has been an innovator for live streaming for e-commerce in China. So please, can you talk about what is the competition for you in Vietnam and what's your advantage and how can you protect it?
Thank you, Mr. Soni. As you know, in the live stream in the e-commerce, the big market is in China. And in China, Alibaba with the trade name Taobao Line cover about 80% market. But in Vietnam, Go Studio, we focus on social network, especially Facebook and YouTube. We help the merchant to make the live stream in the Facebook and YouTube and sell product right on the Facebook and YouTube. So the competitor in Vietnam, in Vietnam, the competitor is the example Shopee Line, Tiki Line, or Lazada Line. But the advantage of Go Studio is because we make the live stream in the Facebook and the YouTube, so the cost of infrastructure is free, and we can touch a huge of viewer because a lot of people in Vietnam they active in the social network, especially in Facebook, every day. So the merchant, when they use Go Studio to make the live stream, very easy for them to touch with the buyer in the social network, compared with the Shopee Line or Tiki Line. This is just a live stream in their platform.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Lian. This is Ken Nguyen. Again, congratulations on the early traction. It's incredible that you're revenue generating just a few months out. So the total addressable market for this kind of product is obviously huge. On the other hand, the competitive landscape is also extremely steep, particularly as you're looking into different countries. How large do you think GoStream can be realistically? And related to that, what's the exit strategy here? Getting bought out for 50 million, or do you think you're gonna build $100 million company down the road?
Yeah, in Go Studio, we know that a lot of company now they go to the live streaming sector. Yeah, and we have a lot of competitor in the world. Example, in the US, the biggest competitor is StreamYard, and as you can see, StreamYard have grown very fast, just about 9 months, from 200,000 to 8 million visitors per month. Yeah, and come back to Go Studio. We think that our advantage, our most advantage is the first advantage is we focus on the SaaS model, web-based. So the customer no need to install anything. They can use our website to make the live stream. And the second advantage is we focus on gamification. Because we think that when the streamer they make the live stream, the most difficult is how to attract the viewer. And to attract the viewer, the streamer must have a good content. And to build a good content is very difficult. And we think that one of a good way to attract more viewers is the set up game show in the live stream. And in Go Studio, we support the streamer very easy to set up many kind of game show in the live stream to attract more viewers. And we think that this is the main weapon of Go Studio to compete with other competitors.
This is Twindo. Again, great presentation and really innovative in terms of how you guys approach this. Just a question in terms of your model. Instead of doing a subscription model, have you thought about a revenue sharing model?
Yeah, not yet. Not the revenue sharing model. This is the subscription model. The merchant will buy our service and they pay monthly fee. Yeah.
But this is, Mike Edelhart, if a competitor came into the market with a revenue share, saying to the companies, if you don't sell, it doesn't cost you anything. And if you do sell, you know what it's going to cost you. Wouldn't that be a challenge for you?
Yeah. We now we try to convert. Now we try to change to the subscription model to revenue sharing model. We know that revenue sharing model is the best model in the live stream. Yeah, but we have some difficult to check in the revenue from the merchant. Yeah. So this is the next step. Next step, we want to try to change to the revenue sharing model. We believe that revenue sharing model is the best model of this kind of product. Yeah. And if the competitor start that model, this is a big advantage of the competitor. Yeah. So now we also try to change. We hope that we will finish about next 12 or 15 months to change from the subscription to revenue sharing model.
What's your kind of crazy product vision? I mean, are there network effects to having all these streams under your platform? What are your thoughts around, how to reach that end customer if they're buying from these live streams, or what's kind of like the big product vision out there?
Yeah. Could you say?
I could try to rephrase it. I mean, right now you're basically selling services to help people create these live streams, engage with their audience, and so on and so forth. With enough of these customers online buying and selling and understanding how people are engaging with these streams, is there a future business model that can unlock more revenue? Is there something that has network effects where if you're more streamers are on the platform or you're able to go and create a relationship with the customer, is there a even bigger business model that you have envisioned?
Yeah, sure. We have when this is just the phase one, the first time we just a tool to help the streamer to make the live stream. Yeah, but our vision is we not only a simple tool to make the live stream. We want to try more about the business activity, the business activity of the merchant. Next time when we have more merchant, when we have more streamer, we can set up a market, wholesale market for merchant to sell product and to buy product and sell right on the live stream. And in Go Studio, we also have a feature to set up webinar into the social network. So when we have a lot of streamers to set up webinar in the Go Studio, we can cooperate with them to take the content of the webinar and broadcast in all the channel to buy advertising. Yeah. As example, this example VietChallenge final round here. Yeah. This kind of content. Many people want to see this kind of content. Yeah. If this kind of content will host by Go Studio, after this content is finished, we can collect it as a video on demand, and we rebroadcast it in other channel to get the viewer, and we can buy advertising based on that kind of content.
When you think about your customer, is it the business or the end customers that's buying the products? Who are you really focusing on?
Yeah, we focus on the streamer. We focus on the streamer. The streamer now is the merchant who want to sell product right on the live stream. The streamer is the hot KOL. The people who want to attract more viewers. The streamer now is the company or the organizer want to set up a webinar right on the social network. Especially in the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of offline activity now is go online. Especially the requirement to set up webinar into the social network. That is a huge market.
But what else are you doing to? I mean, they're presenting and trying to sell that stuff, but you know what they're hoping you're going to do is make sure that there are customers on the other end to buy it. So what are you doing to attract that side? Because I would envision that they're both sort of your customers, right?
Yeah. You mentioned how to attract the viewer into the live stream. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. Or buyers, right? Ultimately.
Yeah. Until now, in the phase one, Go Studio just have the merchant to make the live stream is more exciting. We can have many tools to help them to insert many graphic design, logo, frame, etc. to make the image of the live stream is more attractive. And the second, we have many tools to help them to set up many mini game into the live stream. Example, you can show the question and the viewer can answer, comment to answer that question. and we can collect all the answer and show the results right on the live stream to make the live stream is more exciting. Until now, it just focus on the tool to have the live stream is more attractive. And in the future, we will pay attention more about the viewer to collect more viewer for a streamer. It's not yet now.
At this point, I think we've run out of the clock, but this has been a lively discussion and Q&A. So thank you so much for your questions from the judges and also for your presentation as well, Go Studio. And thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, so at this point, I want to remind everyone that our event tonight is live streaming on our official website, VietChallenge.org, Facebook, and YouTube. Currently, there are a large community of people watching our live streams, and for those tuning in, I want to say thank you again for being a part of the VietChallenge community.
Yes, thank you very much. And before we hear from the rest of the teams, let's take a break and hear from another of our distinguished guests. Had it not been for the great support from the Vietnam Embassy, VietChallenge would have not been successful in our 5-year journey. Thanks to all of the Vietnam Embassy support for VietChallenge. And today, it's our great honor to have the ambassador of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam to the United States of America to join the final round of VietChallenge 2020. Please welcome our Vietnamese ambassador to the U.S., Mr. Ha Kim Ngọc.
President of VietChallenge and the Association of Vietnamese Students and Professionals in the United States, AVS-PUS, Ms. Mai Phan Zimaris, Secretary General of AVS-PUS, Mr. Thọ Chen, VietChallenge organizing team, and all judges of the VietChallenge 2020 final round. My warmest greetings to all our distinguished participants. I am very delighted to deliver remarks at this meaningful event. To organize VietChallenge 2020 as planned, the organizing team and participants have overcome the biggest challenge, that is COVID-19. Amid such difficulties and challenges, we have a chance to experience our virtual final round without traveling and saving our transport spending. I would like to congratulate the best 6 startup finalists entering the final round tonight with unique ideas and products. I appreciate the role of AVS-PUS and the VietChallenge team who have made great efforts with creativity to continue organizing the 5th competition. This year, VietChallenge has attracted the largest participants so far, with more than 100 technology companies from 20 countries. VietChallenge 2020 would not have taken place without kind support of such generous sponsors as Saigon Security Corporation, NDH Invest, BDA Partners, Republic Company, 500 Startups Vietnam, Google, Amazon, etc. I would like to thank Mr. Nguyễn Duy Hưng, Chairman of Saigon Securities Corporation, who has accompanied VietChallenge since its early days. Distinguished participants, the VietChallenge final round took place right at the 25th anniversary of the establishment of Vietnam-US diplomatic relations. With a comprehensive partnership formed in 2013, the bilateral relationship is entering a new stage of development with great opportunities for extensive cooperation in all sectors, particularly technology, innovation, and creativity. In the framework of Vietnam-US and ASEAN-US cooperation, the leaders of both sides have put priority to development of technology, infrastructure, digital economy, entrepreneurship, as well as the role of small and medium businesses and women entrepreneurs. A number of projects and funds have been established to support these goals. In a broader context, with fast growth of technology, digital trade, and in face of challenges posed by COVID-19, worldwide countries are increasingly investing in high technology, particularly AI and digital technologies. In Vietnam, the government and businesses are strongly committed to making full use of potential and opportunities in technology and digital economy. In the resolution to implement this year's socio-economic development task, Prime Minister Nguyen Xuan Phuc identified the promotion of startups and innovation as one of key drivers to foster growth, model based on modern technologies, high labor productivity, efficient use of resources, and strengthened national economic autonomy. The Ministry of Finance is developing a project to establish a capital exchange center for innovative startups. Many measures are taken to create a favorable legal corridor for technological firms and to increase connectivity among businesses, researchers, and startups, as well as to promote entrepreneurship among students. According to the Ministry of Information and Communication, revenue of the software industry in Vietnam amounted up to $5 billion in 2019, while telecommunication industry grew up by nearly 19%. ICT sector around 10% annually. Vietnam's big corporations such as Viettel, Vingroup, SSI are putting great investment in development and application of high technologies. Up to now, a number of startups in Vietnam are developing potential projects in AI and machine learning. With 50,000 employees trained to work for IT industry each year, Vietnam will be an ideal destination for top leading technology companies worldwide. That is not to mention thousands of Vietnamese students studying abroad, including in the United States, are pursuing their dreams in science and technology. In that context, VietChallenge is working as one of important links between our young people, domestic and foreign enterprises in technology development and application. This is a good platform for incubating and developing startup ideas in technology, as well as a place for networking and exchanging opportunities for cooperation, fostering entrepreneurship among young Vietnamese, thereby connecting Vietnamese people around the world, including those who are studying and working in the United States. I am very impressed that the VietChallenge 2020 gathers strong startups from more than 20 countries. I also highlight the VietChallenge organizing team's efforts to connect all startups to well-known investors in the United States, such as Thai Boston Angel, Social Starts, Village Global, Republic Company, Tinoa Capital, as well as experts from Harvard Business School, Techstars, 500 Startups, and VietChallenge. The competition will help promote cooperation between Vietnamese and US technological enterprises, thereby strengthening bilateral trade and technological cooperation. In the future orientation, I would suggest that the organizing team continue expanding the scale, format, and themes of the competition to attract more participants, especially from developed countries leading in advanced technologies. Based on that, the competition will create a reliable network which connects Vietnamese people around the world to share their passion and devotion to technology development. On this occasion, I hope that young people, especially those who have ideas and projects in technology development, continue putting more efforts in nurturing and realizing your dreams. I expect that all the finalists tonight will find more funding from investors in order to develop your projects and bring those applications to life. The organizing team needs to come up with a plan to support outstanding teams in the process of building, developing projects, as well as enhancing skills in fundraising, cooperation, and association. Furthermore, I wish that domestic and foreign businesses, especially leading companies in technology, continue sponsoring VietChallenge. For our part, the embassy will keep on accompanying and supporting VietChallenge in the following rounds. By the way, I have a humble suggestion. There is an increasing demand to host online meetings with stable technical background, security, availability for numerous participants. If any team is capable of developing such platforms, particularly those customized for Vietnamese, our embassy will probably be your first client. I wish you all the best and our competition a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hacking Up. If you have been following VietChallenge journey in the past 5 years, this surely would not be your first time hearing from Mac Hacking Up. On and off the stage, he has been an incredible source of support and guidance for VietChallenge, and also for Vietnamese startups looking to expand into the US as well. So on behalf of VietChallenge, I express our utmost gratitude towards you, Mr. Hacking Up, and to the Vietnamese and Vietnam Embassy in the US as well.
Yes, thank you so much. And if you are watching our live stream, you can see a Venture Network QR code. Our Venture Network is meant to connect Vietnamese startups and international investors. Please consider joining our network by scanning the QR code with your mobile device and sign up today. And up next, we have the third finalist, which is Travel. Travel provides a guest engagement SaaS platform for the hospitality industry. They act as personalized chat-based service to travelers, answering their questions in real time, offering travel services and recommendations. Please take a look at Travel's introduction video.
Please help me welcome Ian and Travel.
Hi, I'm Ian from Travel, here to share more about how we consolidate the travel industry by empowering travel and hospitality businesses to serve travelers, their guests, more seamlessly through chat automated by AI.
Travel, please start sharing your screen. In multi-Vietnam, you're going to be up next. Please get ready. Okay, Travel, I can see that you are ready. You will have 5 minutes to pitch and your time will start right now.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ian again. I'm here to share more about our business. And I think most of you are travelers yourself, so you know the problems that you face as a traveler. For the travel industry, we are actually faced with similar issues that the hotels want to serve their guests like yourself. They come in through multiple channels on Facebook, on their websites, on their emails, And you can ask questions to the hotels on their inquiries, reservations, either to make it or to inquire about your reservation and edit it, but also to check in and also to get to your concierge needs. This is actually a very, very common repetitive questions that come in through multiple channels from yourself, from your friends, family, and other travelers likewise. This very fragmented market, interestingly, is not limited to the hotels itself, but you see that in attractions as well as travel agencies, which leads to very high manpower costs and very fragmented market across these different agencies, but yet lead to very low guest satisfaction when you don't get the answers that you want immediately. So what we really hope to do in travel is to help these businesses within their channels, their Facebook, their website, their emails, to help them to seamlessly engage you as a guest through the conversations, where we help automate this through APIs and bots, and ultimately building this travel ecosystem where we're able to help cross-sell the services to the different businesses. So imagine that you as a hotel guest can go onto their Facebook, ask them questions about check-in time, how to get to their hotels, modify, make your reservation, or even just check in whether your reservation is confirmed, and do check-in entirely on the chat. But more than that, ask questions, for example, if you're coming to Singapore, about Universal Studios Singapore, get the tickets there. And when you don't get our AI to answer the questions that you need, that the agents from the Universal Studios Singapore are actually stepping into the same conversation and answering the questions for you. For you as a traveler, your user journey from pre-trip and guest engagement is on through multiple platforms. So guests and travelers are able to communicate with the hotels or the travel businesses through their Facebook, their WhatsApp, their emails, their website, Telegram, mobile application, and all these are consolidated onto one platform for their live agent to reply. And this is blended by artificial intelligence that we have built. This helps to answer the easier questions first, and ultimately the live agents to take over where their bots or the AI is not able to answer effectively. The hotels or the travel businesses are also able to set the accuracy in which they want the system or AI to reply, and that enables 5-star hotel to set at a higher accuracy versus a guest house or a hostel that might just try to use our system to answer any questions possible. Reservations can be retrieved on the conversation itself, as we are directly connected to the property management systems that the hotel use. And this allows you as a traveler to make bookings directly on the chat itself. During the trip, check-in, concierge, and checkout can ultimately be all done within the same platform that you land on, and concierge is where our travel ecosystem has fully focused on. This is the check-in process that our guests and travelers are generally exposed to, where they retrieve the bookings through the property management system, upload their passport as well as a selfie to ensure that the facial recognition is a match, ultimately making payments for deposit, outstanding balance on a payment platform within the chat itself, and going straight to your room with digital PIN codes or Bluetooth access that is tied to the digital locks within the property. We understand that not all hotels are looking to change their infrastructure to a digital locks infrastructure, and we enable the system to be done entirely up to the step where you just receive the keys from the front desk without having to do the entire check-in process at the location itself. We know that travel and hospitality industry has been hit severely by the COVID-19 situation, and we are all stuck in lockdown and tasked this virtual event. But that actually doesn't limit and stop the progress of travel. Everybody knows travel will return, and ultimately even with a vengeance, that more travelers will travel more frequently once the lockdown is lifted and people are able to travel more freely with the social distancing measures in place. What we help the hotels to do is to promote this social distancing and safe distancing measures, ultimately digitizing and retraining their staff. We have customers that have retrenched more than 50% of their staff within the hotel groups, but ultimately our position is to allow them to digitize before travel returns and hopefully not have to reduce the need for rehiring when the operation needs are back to 100%. So we actually saw an increase in sales in the past 2 months where hotels are starting to understand and realize that the need for digitization going forward. The value that we bring to the hotels is clear. Ultimately, what it means to us as a company, as Travel, is that it actually allows us to acquire these travelers and users through our customers directly, but ultimately owning this extensive knowledge database and direct sales inventory of a geographical location. meaning that our travel ecosystem will become a really valuable tool in helping a traveler in answering any questions that they have landing in, say, in Vietnam, in Ho Chi Minh, or in Hanoi. Our revenue model is a very clear B2B SaaS model. We charge our businesses a fee to use our technology, but ultimately we're moving towards the complementary services side, where if in the occasion where you travel to Singapore and buy a Universal Studios ticket through the conversation of the hotel, that we profit share the amount that we earn from the commission for selling the tickets with the hotel. And you as a traveler paying the exact same price that you would pay at the door of Universal Studios. The market in travel space is huge. And for ourselves, our main market is in Singapore, expanded into Japan, Korea, as well as Taiwan, ultimately looking at potentially expanding to Vietnam as our first Southeast Asia region to be more focused in, given the drive and the growth of tourism numbers in the increasing years. I was very, very glad to come after Ambassador's sharing, because I think the focus in Vietnam's tourism industry has been ultimately growing, with a lot of tourism development fund that's been helped and put into inbound tourism and moving towards a more future digital economy movement with a development strategy in tourism specifically. The current tourism productivity is still relatively low, which we feel that we can help very significantly. As you know, the industry is thwarted with many different kind of chatbot developers and self-check-in solutions. And I'm sure you see many of that in Vietnam as well. But for ourselves, we actually position ourselves closer to customer service support platforms like Zendesk, Intercom. We're able to serve the travel and hospitality space a lot more fruitfully and a lot more seamlessly. What this means is also that chatbot developers and self-check-in solutions are actually complementary technology partners to us, and we don't actually need to own the entire technology within that space. We started in Singapore, expanded into Korea through our Techstars Korea Accelerator, and we just completed Facebook Accelerator Demo Day recently. But ultimately, what we're most proud of is this self-check-in platform that we set up in 2019 for a chain of hotels here in Singapore that entirely removed their front desk. So they have no front desk at the hotels currently. We are serving 3,000 guests per day in 2019 with our revenue at $500,000, more than double that this year projected. Myself, this is my second startup. I used to be in venture capital and a startup consultant previously. And our CTO has more than 15 years in the AI space in technology, with our rest of our team in marketing, experience, and sales. What we are looking for here today is small businesses in the travel industry space that we can work more closely with in Vietnam, but also partners like yourself, if you are businesses in the technology space, to integrate with. Ultimately, investors to help us scale and strategically and grow in Vietnam as a market. Thank you so much for listening to me. I'm Ian from Travel. You can reach me at ian@travel.co.
Thank you so much, Travel, for a great presentation. Now let's turn to the Q&A session. Judges, please be Travel's guest.
Hi, Ian. This is Ken Nguyen. Excellent presentation. Two quick questions. I'm sure like all of the judges, today I travel extensively, and I typically have like one or two go-to platform to book my hotel. And the last thing I need is going on another platform or even communicating on Facebook or whatever, right? On Hotel Tonight or Expedia. Obviously, I'm based in the US. So I'm very curious about the demographic of customers who would want to engage with the hotel staff so actively that this would be very helpful. And admittedly, that's probably a different segment than I am. So, and related to that is the user acquisition strategy here, because you have over time, a two-sided, not quite marketplace, but you have to look at customers and then the hotels separately. The Starwoods Hotel have their own system. You got to go out there and look at, identify boutique hotels and convince them to onboard an entire new customer service system, which is not an easy thing to do or scale. So would love to get a little bit more insight on how you're thinking about these issues.
Right, great. Thank you so much, Kendrick. I know I can't fool any of you on the judges panel because you're definitely frequent travelers yourself. We actually engage our customers. So generally you book on hotels.com, Agoda, booking.com, and the format and the user journey doesn't change. So by booking on those platforms and understanding that this hotel that we are serving is a self-check-in platform, a self-check-in hotel, that they would then be able to direct you to link up to kind of their website or their Facebook to do the self-check-in. And we understand that many of these people don't read your confirmation emails that you get from Agoda or Booking.com. What that means is that most of the guests, about 60% of these guests actually arrives at the hotel and then come to this realization at the lobby that is the self-check-in hotel with all the necessary information at the lobby itself, where they can do the self-check-in in the comfort of the lobby before they enter their rooms. So there are generally like community managers that purely focus on service, that serves the welcome drinks and kind of welcome you towards to the hotel. So we understand that, and that's the shift that we will not change. We will not change the user and traveler's journey and the experience. But what that means also is because like we understand that without the self-check-in solution, chatbot companies are facing huge issues in engaging the users, right? Because we are seeing that in 10-20% of the guests actually landing on the chat itself to engage with the hotels. But for a self-check-in platform on the chat itself, we actually have 100% of the guests landing on the chat. So that allows the hotel to directly manage and talk to the guests to shift that physical interaction to a digital interaction space. And I think that's where we are very, very well adapted for the post-COVID travel. I hope that answers your questions. But
yeah, super smart.
Yeah, definitely that's something.
It's Mike Edelhart. I have two questions. One, just an information point. So your focus is in Singapore. Is your company based in Vietnam now?
Right. So we're definitely looking to set up an entity in Vietnam to expand aggressively into Vietnam, especially with the support of VietChallenge. I think we definitely have gotten a lot of mentors, a lot of help, a lot of support. We definitely hope to get that continue going forward. Why Vietnam, as I was sharing within the slides, like that's.
But I want to be clear. Right now, your company is based in Singapore. Is that correct?
That's right. We are currently based in Singapore, HQ here, and we have an office in Japan and Korea.
That's okay. Thank you. And the second question is about security. So if you turn through the chat my phone into the key and I get at the phone, do I get access to the room, and do you have liability for theft and other security breaches that might come through that breach?
Right. That's definitely a huge issue in security. So all data information, like we collect passports and all that, are pushed directly through APIs to our third-party like systems. So your property management system, for example. So we don't keep any of this information that are sensitive by nature. And where the hotel keeps it originally, like the property management system, it still lands there. So there's no change in the SOPs for security for the hotel. As for your keys, the questions about your keys, the keys are tied to the phones or to the conversation. And I think that's very much the same as how you would if a physical key or physical card. Like if you drop your card key or if you drop your physical key, that people are able to access your room as well. So I think in terms of security concerns, it's exactly the same. If you lose your phone, you could disable your phone, you could do your find your phone, and it's actually a lot safer than a physical card key. By entering the rooms using the Bluetooth, we are able to verify that it's a guest, that we have taken your passport and your photo with a selfie. So that allows us an additional security instead of just passing keys around in that case. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Ian. This is Denny Cowger.
Hi.
Hi, I just had a question. For your customers in Singapore, what has been the biggest challenge for them, would you say, that, or complaints that they've made since using your platform?
Right. So it's two prongs. I think Kendrick was rightly stating that we have both travelers as well as the hotels and the clients. The hotels and clients are easing into the systems. I think the SOPs are in place. I think the original difficulty that we were facing pre-COVID is that we were good to have solution, I think. And that answers Kendrick's questions about difficulty in getting our solution out there. And it was even more difficult to try to get into Vietnam because manpower costs might be slightly lower than, say, in Singapore and the developed markets like Japan and Korea. But the shift post-COVID becomes a need to have. And I think that's where we were a lot more focused in. Moving the physical interaction to a digital interaction space. So I think to answer your questions, the difficulties that were challenges pre-COVID are becoming more negated, more negligible. For the travelers itself, I think it's getting used to the system, but where it's a full self-check-in hotel, for example, like the chain in Singapore that we're serving, many of them are really giving really good reviews. So the reviews for the hotels are 4.8 of 5, and many have been listed self-check-in as a good solution. One of the reasons that we see that is because many of them are returning guests. So that was actually the target audience of the hotel itself. If you're coming as a business traveler to the same hotel over and over again, you can do the self-check-in way in advance before you arrive. And that is actually the ultimate aim for us, and why we serve service apartments as well as business hotels a lot better in our customer base, in our users.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I think with that, my thanks to the judges for your questions, and thank you to Trouble for your presentation. We cannot wait to see the places you go in the future.
Thank you, Trouble. And our next finalist to be on the stage is Multi Vietnam. Multi Vietnam is a company specializing in researching and manufacturing hardware products using artificial intelligence and Internet of Things technologies with the motto of best support and care for people. Let's take a look at Multi Vietnam's introduction video.
How can I easily and conveniently monitor my temperature to prevent transmission and treat it promptly? In this situation, we need a smart glasses device, applying artificial intelligence and Internet of Things to alert and protect eyes when there is too close contact with smartphones and tablets, and the device is also required to have body temperature measurement and data transmission for the already installed application on the phone. The target customers of this product line are students and frequent users of electronic devices such as phones, tablets.
Multi Vietnam, you can start sharing your screen now. And Cricket One is going to be the next team to present. Please get ready. Okay, Multi Vietnam, you have 5 minutes to pitch, and let's dive right in. Multi Vietnam, you can start whenever you're ready. Please unmute yourself so we can hear your presentation.
Hi everyone, I'm Mai Nguyen from Multi Vietnam. So let me share about our story. Imagine there's a device that prevents you from myopia. Whenever the distance between your eyes and your smartphone is too close, it will give you an alert. Hey, keep distance, please. And imagine during pandemic, there's device that protects you from other people, that if your distance between you and other people it's too close, it will give you the alert. Hey, keep safe distance. And how about the device that prevents you from accident? It sounds good, right? And how many people think, besides Nick Vujicic, the people without hands or leg can use computer? Oh, let's see. So everything I mentioned is done by an eyeglasses called multi-glass. So what multi-glass can do? Multi-glass is connected to your smartphone, and it will give you a warn by a speaker on the glasses or a notification on your application. So multi-glass has 3 different product lines. The first is multi-glass care. Multi-glass care is used for people who frequently use smartphone, and it will give you an alert through speaker or the smartphone when your eyes and your smartphone is too close, and it helps to protect your eyes. And the next is multi-glass safe. Multi-glass safe is used for drivers, students, or night shift workers. It may make a huge change to reduce accident, especially in Vietnam. There's many people who drive motorbike, and it can be used when you drive motorbike too. And what we proud is multi-glass enable. It is for people with mobility disability to use computer through their eyes and head movement. We also connect them with other corporate to bring them better opportunity in their career. And we are targeting Vietnamese market with a worth of 1.5 billion USD and expand in Asia next year. So currently in Vietnam, there's no business producing or trading the same product that can able to directly compete with our products. Okay, everything is new. How can we bring our product to the market, right? It's hard. Everyone thinks so. And I give you an example. You come to APT Shop, one of the biggest phone store chain in Vietnam, and you want to buy a phone cost $500. I will give you an options. You can buy a phone with $500 or buy the same phone and a technological eyeglasses with the same price, $500. Which one will you choose? Yeah, it is how we enter the market. And we position ourselves as R&D and manufacturing company so that we focus on B2B and B2B2C. And our revenue comes from indirect sales. It is from our distributor, Sunshine Holding, our agencies, phone store chains like APT Shop or Danalink is our subsidiaries responsible in foreign market. And also, our revenue comes from being ODM for conventional eyeglasses brands. So you may come to the eyeglasses brands like VietChallenge and you may buy our products with the fashionable design. And in August, we already sold 3,500 multi-glass care, and we expect to get to 1.6 million USD in June 2021. And our team is the factor that contributes to our success. And we have founded many technological projects like Bồi Bản Hàng, Sunshine Holding, or TechViet. And we have 10 years experience in hardware technology and machine learning. Especially our CCO has more than 20 years experience in mobile industry. We get the partnership with Samsung Vietnam that we only sell Samsung product as a combo in Vietnam market. Instead, we get the chance to connecting with Samsung partners. More than that, setting up partnership with National Startup Support Center, a part of Ministries of Science and Technology in Vietnam, we received the support of completing patent within next few months. And right now, it is our ecosystem. And right now in Vietnamese market, next year will be Asia and US with only $50 to $70, you can get a fashionably technological product. Why not get the deal now? Let's contact us via email or our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Multi Vietnam, for your presentation. And now, judges, you can go ahead and ask Multi Vietnam questions.
Congratulations on a really ambitious vision. And just wondering, given that you have multiple product lines and applications, how in the company do you make decisions about priorities for product development?
Yeah, actually now we are focused in only one product, that multi-glass care, and we are already work with some our partners and other products like the product for disabled people. We want to do it as our mission because we want to try to create impact and try to be the social enterprise. And that product, we will use the profit from other product to develop. So it's what we prioritize our product. We focus on one and we use the profit of some to develop other.
I have a question. Detecting fatigue seems like a pretty large global problem. How do you detect fatigue, and what's the level of accuracy? Is this a unique differentiator for you?
The accuracy is more than 90%.
And how do you detect fatigue?
Can you repeat your question one more time?
Sure. How do you actually detect the fatigue? What kind of sensors are you using? Are you using machine learning? What kind of methods? And does that create a differentiating factor for you? I can try to repeat it. I think detecting fatigue can be a scalable. It's a global problem. Could be very valuable. I'd like to understand how you go about achieving the 90% accuracy. Are there unique sensors you're using along with some machine learning that's proprietary, the models, and what's your goal on the IP path for that? Is that a unique differentiator for you?
Yeah, thank you for your explanation. And we use the iris recognition to realize how the fatigue detect.
Hi, Mangan. Hi, Mangan. I love the originality and how relevant it is to the time that we're living in with COVID and everything else. Now, here's a hard question. I would say that probably the biggest hardware fail of the past decade was the Google glasses, and Google failed at it. And secondly, wouldn't your phone naturally already able to detect like temperature and distance and all of it? So combining the two components, which is the technological piece and the fact that the most advanced or promised to be advanced pair of glasses about 8 years ago didn't work. How would you address that concern for investors?
About the technology, we can assure that our teams are specialized in technology. So I know what you mean is Google Glass. Before, my team also worked in Google Glass, and we know how it works and the benefit, the advantage, as well as the disadvantage. And it is not our problem, but it's different from Google Glass. Is we target the inexpensive product that only have one function. So it is less risk and it is used for everyone. So it is easier to target the market and to enter the market and less risk for the investor.
Thank you, Ngan.
Hi, this is Denny. I just had a quick question. I was just wondering, how are you marketing your product in Vietnam at the moment?
Thank you.
Sorry. I'd like to interrupt a little bit. Sorry. So we know that Multi-Vietnam CEO is right here in the call, and he would like to answer Mr. Kendrick Nguyen's question. So I would like to invite Mr. Lê Hoành Anh to answer the question, please. You can feel free to answer in Vietnamese, and your team member or we can help you translate that back into English. So don't worry. Mr. Lê Hoành Anh. If Mr. Lê Hoành Anh is not ready right now, Mai Ngun, feel free to go ahead and answer Mr. Kendrick's question.
Yeah, as I mentioned that we position ourselves as R&D and manufacturer company. So the marketing, what we focus is we look for other partners and like agencies to distribute our products. So the marketing cost it's not, we can lower our marketing cost.
Okay, thank you.
This is Mike Edelhart. You have many partners. What is the intellectual property the company actually owns?
We already register for intellectual property for the hardware product of this product line, multi-class care and multi-class enable.
And so those are sensors based on your technology made by you?
Yes, we do it ourselves.
Thank you.
You know, when I'm looking at your numbers and your projections, you've thus far sold 3,500 units, and obviously the revenue would be kind of small. But you know, when you're reaching, I guess, the middle of next year, you're only hitting 1.6 million in terms of revenue, and then your EBITDA or your cash flow is very, very tight. Can you explain, like, at what point do you really scale? Number one. Number two, you know, what kind of units is implied in that number?
Yeah. Firstly, the number that 3,500 multi-class care sold is our first product sold in the market. And we already achieved our target in August. And secondly, the P&L plan is created by our distributor and agencies' growth rate. So I can show the number here is based on them. Is it satisfied with your question?
Well, I guess I'm just going back to the assumptions that the agencies, I guess, made, right, for next year or middle of next year in terms of how many units are you expecting to have sold. Number two, really kind of just bigger picture. I mean, it looks to me that the margin is still very, very tight. You know, at what point are you going to be able to scale and actually make real money?
Yeah, because we actually just start in August to sell our product in August. So, you know, as the any technological company, especially hardware company, so margin cannot be high in the beginning. And after next year we target to sell. Actually, we target to sell 1 million the unit of multi-class.
Thank you, our judges. And I think we have ran out of the clock. So thank you, Multi Vietnam, so much for your incredible presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now is going to be the time for a 10-minute break. Please return at 11:10 as we have two more finalists to present and other exciting sessions of tonight's event. You are welcome to stay on the line to watch a fireside chat with Mr. Ab Minkera, who is the Chief Investment Officer and founding partner of Legacy Night. The interview is going to be conducted by Mr. Tam Leung, a Director of Fundraising and Business Development. Thank you and see you in 10 minutes.
So, welcome everyone and welcome to the VietChallenge final. And today we have a fireside chat with Ab Minkera. Just to give you a quick Introduction for Admin Car. Admin Car is a chief investment officer and founding partner at LegacyNet. Prior to that, Ed managed the portfolio of investments at Mark Cuban's company with a focus on technology, logistics, and consumer good products. So without further ado, let's jump to the questions and let's learn from Ed today. You've invested in a lot of company before. So what are the factors that you look at first when evaluating a company or a startup?
So it all depends on the stage. So when you're looking at a company at a seed, like at a seed or a Series A stage, completely different than a B, C, or D. But let's look at the Seed A founding at kind of the founding early stage. Basically, what we look for is, it really is all about the entrepreneur at that stage. It's about the entrepreneur, because that's what you're betting on as an investor. You're betting on the entrepreneur's vision and their ability to execute on that strategy, which is very important. So that's why the founding team is very important. So if you have a visionary, ideally you want someone to complement the visionary founder, complement, he or she with at someone who's a little bit more technical, and kind of have the best co-founding team to execute on the strategy. You also need to make sure that the founders understand how to monetize on their strategy. So taking that vision, putting it together into a product or service, or kind of productizing it, finding the right way to push that product to a marketplace. So finding the right customer, right? Then the most challenging thing at that time, at this stage, is really to figure out, how do you monetize it? How do you price your product, your service? I mean, the easy way is, if you want to compare yourself to your competition, that could be one way. But then again, do you really understand your cost, right? So let's say you're pricing a product or service at a certain point. What are your true costs? And have you really captured everything it takes to deliver that product in the short term, and obviously in the long term? Do you have economies of scale there? You need to be able to dig in and understand every aspect of your business, today and tomorrow. The other thing that you have to look for is, when entrepreneurs build out those models and projections, it's important to understand, obviously these are all projections, but to have an understanding on what are the variables used to create those projections, not just, all right, year one, we have $50,000 in sales. In year two, we're going to be at 500,000. Year three is going to be $20 million. Well, whoa, wait a second. How do you jump from 500,000 to 20 million? You got to explain that, right? I'm not saying it can't happen. It's rare, but if it's going to happen, show me how, and how are you going to get there, and how much money you're going to need, and what's the team going to look like in that year, right? What's your market? Are you adding more products? So there's a lot of things you have to look at that stage. But to sum it up, what you're really looking at is the entrepreneur's ability to execute on the strategy.
I know that on this call, there's going to be a lot of entrepreneur right now, and also aspiring entrepreneurs. So to those entrepreneurs out there, if you have a few advice for them, what would they be?
So this is the best time to become entrepreneurs, right? First, there's so many different tools out there for entrepreneurs that it's right now. I mean, we really are blessed. You can go on the internet, you can learn so much, and a lot of rich information that's current, that will really empower a new entrepreneur to have a very solid understanding of kind of the journey, right? And then it's really, the next step would be to really figure out what you want to do, right? What is what is the business model? What are you trying to fix or solve or change? Is it something that you've experienced that, or is it kind of a pain point that has triggered this initiative, or is it kind of a collective group of entrepreneurs or co-founders, and you all kind of have come together and you want to solve this big problem? Whatever it is, I think right now there's so much information out there, but so that's phase one, is really educate yourself on the process, educate yourself on kind of what are the opportunities out there to start from the basics, you know, setting up a business officially, to having a bank account, right, to having a website. But then the more important things, these are all the basics, is really defining what is your business going to be, right? Is it a product or a service? And then start surrounding yourself with experts. We in this networked economy, I think take advantage of the tools. I think I would encourage everyone to definitely have a profile on LinkedIn, polish up your LinkedIn profile, and start connecting with potential mentors or potential investors. Approach everybody as a mentor, would be my advice. And just ask, and it's more difficult in today's world to have a face-to-face, but it does expand your reach, and people are actually more willing to virtually connect via Zoom and just learn from them. Ask them questions about, this is my idea, based on your experience and your expertise in this field. Can you give me some some pointers on my technology or my marketing or kind of my growth strategy, or I need access to certain strategic clients that are within your network. What's the best way to approach them? There's so many ways you can do this. And so I would definitely advise as part of the phase two is really start connecting yourself with a lot of people that could support you as mentors, advisors. And it would really help you fine tune your business model and your business. And then another, I think, valuable thing is look locally, connect locally with other entrepreneurial networks or accelerators or business accelerators for first-time entrepreneurs are great, especially if they fit within your sector. So like in Dallas, there's several, there's like a sports business accelerator, there's a technology accelerator. If you want to really practice pitches, participate in business plan competitions, the more exposure you have, the more practice and preparation kind of you're being forced to do to improve your elevator pitch, if you want to call it, to think a lot about the approach, the model, why you want to connect with investors. What are you going to do with the money at this stage, right? That's a very important question. Somebody gives you $1 million check today. How are you going to spend it? Show me over the next 2 years, how are you going to spend $1 million? And how are you going to hit all these milestones? And then what? What are you going to do when you hit the milestones? How much are you going to raise then? And what valuation? So money, valuation, a lot of questions that are very subjective at an early stage, where getting the right advice from the right people can really help make you kind of stand out from the crowd of other entrepreneurs that are not doing their homework and are not as prepared as you are. So when you are well polished and you're at a point where you really are ready to go and raise money and sit with an experienced investor, you have a better chance of selling them on what you're doing and getting them in as a partner.
Yeah, I think those are great advice. It's like to a lot of entrepreneurs on the call today. You have to do your homework. You have to make sure that you know your business before. Yeah,
And a lot of those mentors, advisors could eventually become actual mentors, advisors of your company.
Or investor.
Over time, or investors, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. And, I've heard a lot of different story that, it's a long-term relationship as well.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all the questions I have for today. I just want to thank you for making the time to, spend your time and giving your, experience and insight to, VietChallenge this year. We are very grateful for that.
Thank you. And I wish maybe next year we can do it in person.
Yep. Yeah. That's good.
All right, and welcome back from the break. We hope you enjoyed the fireside chat with Mr. F. and Kara. And now let's continue on with our pitches from our amazing startups. The fifth finalist is going to be Cricket One. Cricket One is one of the global leaders in supplying a sustainable and affordable protein that replaces conventional animal and grain protein with their advanced technologies. Please take a look at Cricket One's introduction video. Okay, Cricket One, are you ready? Please start sharing your screen. And Pet Kicks will be our next team to pitch. Please get ready. Okay, Cricket One, you have 5 minutes to pitch, and we are ready for your presentation. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vicky. I am the co-founder of Cricket One. We are the leading global supplier and producers food and beverage ingredients from the cricket. We talk about Cricket One. Talk about the issues. The climate change is not only about the sinking world, but the climate change is also affecting negatively and destroying the agricultural productions. Together with 9.5 billion global populations, we have to be in a position that we have no choice to accept industrial farm animal and pay tremendous amounts of health costs. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to forget about beef, and Cricket One is the futures of your solution. We farm the most sustainable livestock, produce the most highly performing nutrition at a very affordable price with a very practical applications. Let me walk you through our innovations. Firstly is our intensive breeding unit, a vertical farming embedded with IoT control and traceability system. This system that we proved to triple the use and recoup the investment within 3 months. Secondly is the proprietary cricket feed. We have and own the world first cricket feed that designed for cricket from 100% plant-based ingredients. This cricket feed that allow us to save up to 75% of feeding costs and cut down 50% of farming cycle. Thirdly is our innovative inclusive business model. We train the farmers, we invest in them, and then we buy all of the output. With this business model, we have no headcount to scale up the productions. At the same time, we have the farmer to earn 6 times extra income. With this new income, they are able to have a better life, give the children a better education, and also the healthcare. In the other hand, we believe market and consumer education is also our job. We run an extensive R&D program and launch to the market different product range. This from a normal powder to the highly processed powder. We also have launching a new product. It's called meat texture insect, which is, we call it meat analog. We believe this is going to be a huge disruption for the food industry. What is our business model? We are an ingredient suppliers. So we work with local farmers. We deal with the cricket. We provide to the food and beverage producers a finished product. And then they're going to present the end consumer product to the market. We are aiming to target the market that going to worth 1.6 billion US dollar in 2021. And based on the current growth of the economy, also the market, that we believe the number is going to be even greater. Our business model and technologies have been proven to work by having our products sold in more than 12 countries at the half of the market price with a very stable supply. We aim to launch into the mass market through our collaboration with major food producers like Unilever, Nestle, Tetra Pak. We also get the strong support from the top university from all over the world, like Wageningen University in the Netherlands, also the Agroforest University in Vietnam. You can find us on many mainstream news channels like BBC, CNA, Deutsche Welle. Thanks to our A team that we managed to achieve so far at very good pace with a very good result. So myself and my partner, my co-founder, Nam Dang, we both have a business background, but we both fully hands on the job. We both co-founded and exited from another tech startup right before we founded Cricket One. And then we have a strong support and also a collaboration with the top professor. One is from the Netherlands, Mr. Adno van Huis, and one is Professor Dong, the vice president of Agroforest University. And then we have a very strong, well-educated specialized in nutritionists, animal nutritionists. This is how we look at our production in the futures. We believe that we not only stop at the basic ingredients, but we are expanding into the other sectors. For example, we're going to commercialize meat analog to replace completely meat. You can find like cricket burger, cricket patty, cricket sausage, and then we're going to push more R&D into the cricket chitin that we believe is going to be very good for the cosmetic industry. And then after that, we are aiming for the cricket probiotics because they have a strong and advanced probiotics agents in their body. What we are looking at VietChallenge, being active, promoting something novel, we require to have a lot of recognition and exposure to really enhance and boost the market and consumer education. And thirdly is this is the right time for us to put more footprints in the US. And we believe with the 5 years history of operation of VietChallenge, it's going to be a great advantage for us. And the secondly is that it's a perfect timing for us to start exploring the domestic market and so the regional market. Thank you very much. And I'm here for the questions.
Hi, it's Mike Edelhart. We're very active in next generation food, so I have a couple of questions. One is that one of the reasons behind next generation food is to step away from cruelty to animals. Why is raising crickets to kill them less cruel than raising cows, pigs, or any other animal to kill them when vegetable and lab alternatives are available?
So there are a lot of debate and a lot of discussions comparing between conventional animal protein, alternative protein from insects, and also the plant-based protein. And each of the sectors, they have different advantages and disadvantages. Let's put aside conventional animal protein. Let's benchmark in what you mentioned about plants and insects. So insects, especially here is cricket, they don't have central nerve. Literally, they don't have central nerve, so they don't feel the pain. So the reaction during the processing is more or less a nerve reaction to the heat, but they don't feel the pain. That's a scientifically proven. And secondly is like if you benchmark in terms of nutritional profile, for plant, you have 6 amino acids. For insects, you have 16 amino acids. So it's going to provide a full, complete nutritional demand for the human body. And in terms of cultivations, for insects, so this is the type of farming technology that you require a certain level of mechanism allow us to do multiple farming. It means like 1 square meter, we are able to scale up to 10 layers. But when it's come to plant-based, at the same time, our land reserve cannot be expanded. We have a certain amount of land. And then with the current plant-based protein, we might need even more of those land area to really farm enough for 9.5 billion people. So we need to find a more sustainable way and also a more affordable way to farm those. And then apart from that, when I going back into the nutritional matter of insects, 90% of vegan people, they need to take supplements because they cannot find essential energies and also nutrition from plant for their body. So synthetic supplement is something required and necessary. But why insects? You consume one, you get more. And then furthermore, is like there's no synthetic supplement required when you take insects. So there's a new trend, it's called ento-vegan. So it means like vegan people, they live 2 days to consume insects. So they don't have to take supplements. And just now you mentioned about the humanities and welfare of the animal. If you look into our facility just now, you saw, we imitate how the cricket grow in the nature. We bring it inside our facility. With that solutions, then we don't really manipulate their natural living standard conditions, and we also give them a very good social life inside that biomass. And cricket cycle, after 8 times of changing the shell, they die. So because of that, I would say it's like their life cycle maximum 45 days, 50 days. But with our technology is 35 days. But then they die for a bubbles. It's not really like for a count, you can go on for years. But then for cricket, they have a certain short life cycle. So in terms of humanity, I would say they don't feel the pain. They are more efficient. And if you look into the microscope structures of the cells, they are more like plant than animal. So I would believe is that cricket is the one in the between that can solve the issues with animal conventional protein and the plant-based.
Thank you. That's a very good answer. One other question, then I'll let others go. What's the water requirement per pound and the energy requirement per pound of the cricket products you're producing versus traditional meat products or a vegetable protein alternative?
Yeah, because of the limited time, so I couldn't go through it just now. So you can see is like 1 kilo of protein from cricket. They require 10 times less feed, 200 times less land, double protein, and 2,500 times of less water compared to 1 kilo of beef.
Thank you.
Hi, Andy Wu here. So I wanted to get a sense of your place in the what I'll call the cricket value chain. And right now it sounds like to me you're a very vertically integrated operation in the sense that you are in the feed business, you're in the farming business, and you are in the breeding business and some other aspects of the cricket value chain. And what I wanted to get a sense of, like as a hypothetical, like if your proprietary cricket feed is as effective as you say, cutting down the farming cycle 50% and saving 75% feed cost, why don't you just go into the business of producing and selling the feed without being part of the other parts of the business? And similarly, you could sell or license the breeding technology rather than doing other things. I'm thinking of it as like the cricket Monsanto or something.
Yes.
And so what's the argument for having this vertically integrated operation as opposed to a specialized operation?
It's a very, very good question and give us a very good perspective of the business model. But if you look into our technology, it's a combination. For example, it's like it has to have a proper farming technologies together with the feeding technologies. Then the result come in. If it's one, this or the other, it doesn't work to get the optimal level of efficiency. So it's a combination. So secondly is like in the market right now, 95% of suppliers, producers, they give the cricket with the chicken feed, which is fish meal, soy meal. So we are the only one that really own and proven work feeding scheme for the cricket. And because of that, this is our proprietary. If you look into our whole entire business model, we work with we have our all material area, like our all farm. We have a satellite farm running by the farmers, but we transfer the technologies and equipment. We provide the feed. And we process into the powder, but we stop at ingredient. We don't go further into the end consumer product. So we actually don't really diversify all of our energies and power into the whole value chain, but we focus into making the right ingredient. And you mentioned about why don't we just do it only cricket feed? It's a good business model. But if only buy our cricket feed, it's not going to give optimal result, as I mentioned. But furthermore, if you look into, if we look into the futures, when cricket becomes so norm, then controlling the material, the raw material, which is a live fresh cricket, is an issue. So we have to make sure we control from A to certain points of the value chain. And we mentioned about why don't we franchise our technologies? Yes, we do that. We have a lot of discussion, but is it a right moment right now? I would say no. because the market is still growing very fast. We have all of the elements to really get a big majority part of the market. Then there's no point to create more competition at this moment. So we have a discussion to have a similar farm in Africa. We are discussion to transfer technologies in the Netherlands. We also have a request to transfer in South America. But those discussions, we try to hold it at this moment. Because why? It take a biglet or it take a big tree or bird tree 50 years to have a perfect farming practice. And cricket farming, it just lasts for 10 years so far. So are we confident to say we have the best practice? I would say no, but we have the most up-to-date and the most proficient one, then I would say yes. So I would say in the next 2-3 years, this might be our business plan to transfer technologies, but it's more in terms of collaboration to expand like partnership rather than just solely sell the technologies.
Can I come in? Your answer to his question confused me a little because
yes,
you said you're only sticking to ingredients, but I heard you talking about making meat substitute out of crickets, which sounds like you're making product, not just ingredients.
Nope. So let's put it like this. The meat analog, the meat texture insect is a finished ingredient. So it means I provide the ingredients to the food producers, which is the fundamental ingredient. And after that, the producer has to add on the spices. They have to add on perhaps the other ingredients to make their own signatures ingredients.
So this is the equivalent of like cricket lardo, something like that?
Yes. For example, it's like you can get those like premix, and then you bring into your producer, your factory, then you still have to add on stuff.
So Vicky, this is Vivek Soni. You talked great presentation. Thank you. You talked about traceability. Can you help us understand how does that work?
Yeah. So my background, my co-founder background, we used to co-founded another IoT in agriculture, like we call it agricultural precision. So we use sensors to monitor and manipulate the farming environment. And because with that sensors, for every single unit or area, we have managed to track what batch, when we start farming, what kind of breed, what kind of eggs that we use, from what day, what batch, what plot.
Got it.
And then
okay,
when we,
And then
so when we trace back into the production, then we know exactly what day and which batch is that.
And what's the relationship with, what is the partnership with Unilever supposed to be? Is that beverages or?
It's for dairy replacement.
Dairy replacement.
Vicky, there are obviously lots of interest in what you're building. I'm a huge fan.
Thank
can
you.
Clarify what's the difference between cricket and locust or caterpillar or any number of insects? So why would you limit yourself to cricket? And related to that, what's the defensibility here? A company in China or Nigeria focusing on locusts, what would prevent them to outproduce you guys by 10x, with some funding?
So to answer your question, I would go back 4 years ago when we just started the projects that we've done and experiments all of those insects that you just mentioned. And because we've done experiments on every single insect, and then we make a very detailed feasibility study report, benchmarking the possibility to imply automation, the possibility to really mass produce, and what kind of practice can we scale up with that. That's just element number one. And then element number two is we have some measures. We have to evaluate the nutritional profile of the insect itself to make sure it's really outstanding compared to conventional animal protein. So let's put it aside. I will mention the farming technology required first, okay? Let's talk about it nutritional. So for cricket, you're gonna get with a normal market product, you're gonna get around 55% protein out of 100 grams of cricket. With our product, you can get 64%, up to 74% protein out of 100 grams of cricket. So the differentiation is more about our farming technologies and also the feeding. But for locusts, so you can see it's like normal crickets, 55 gram protein out of 100 gram like a whole material. But then for locusts, you can get only around like 40% protein, but then you got a huge amount of fat. So when it comes to a lot of fat, then it's require a lot of steps involved to really extract protein. It's going to require a lot of steps to really remove the fat, to process into the fine powder. So briefly about that, and in terms of farming, locust is more like a hobby. Why is that? Because locusts, they travel. Locusts, they don't tend to hide themselves in their old comfort zone. Locusts, they travel. So if there's an outbreak, we're doomed. If we have to harvest in the mass scale, then we have to use either smoke or gas. But for cricket, because they tend to hide in the shadow, so we have a way to really like imitate that to harvest them. So in terms of mass production, mass farming, locust is not a feasible option for us.
Excellent, excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everything here. Can I just suggest just really two things. Number one, you know, because I grew up in Vietnam, I used cricket, so I changed the name so that, you know, they were appetizing for me. But more seriously, I want to, if you could help us understand the economics, you know, can you talk about revenue, margin, or EBITDA that you've generated from the business thus far? Whatever you can share with us.
Yeah. So because of this presentation is going to be recorded and published, so I'm going to disclose some information that we are happy to share. But when it's come close into the EBITDA, I would rather we have a private discussion after this. So if you go to Europe, people have to pay around 70 euro per kilo for a powder of around like 59-60% protein. But they get from us is starting from 21 euro per kilo, but then they get around 14% extra protein. And most of the productions in Europe, they don't have enough of certification to prove the quality as we do. We have a no food application certificate. We have the approval food establishment. We have the HACCP, and also we follow the GAP standard for farming. And we provide every single analytical report for every single batches, so they can benchmark the safety condition and also the protein profile, the nutritional profile. If you go to the US, like in Texas or in Oregon, they have some farms, so you have to pay around $45 per kilo. And our price for US market is about $23 with the same functionality, with the same performance. So also with an advanced performance, I mean, like similar to the one we sell into Europe. So, and in terms of margin, I would say we have a much healthier margin for them. I mean, it's a very, very healthy margin that we prepare even in the scenario in 2-4 years. Cricket protein becomes so norm that people want to play the pricing game. Then we are super confident with that. We're not going to support that, but if really gone to that part of the trading game, there's no problem for us.
So Vicky, I just want to understand, you said this is 45, in the US, it'll be $45 a kilogram?
Yeah, the kilogram.
Yeah, so but if someone is like cooking, say, I'm just saying like soy protein, like if you have tofu, you know, what's the difference? Because I mean, you clearly said the value, maybe you have higher protein level, but it's almost like an order of magnitude much higher in price, right?
Yeah, so I mean, it's like soy protein, there's the advantage of soy protein. So we will not try to compare the pricing here, but let's try to look into the nutritional profile. In soy, you have 6 amino acids. In cricket, you have 16, and it means that the body it less for more. And in cricket powder, you have omega-3, 6, 9. You have vitamin E, vitamin A, and then the fatty acid in cricket is even more advanced. It's all healthy fatty acid, and then you can also have it's gluten free.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but at the end of the day, I mean, if you're
it's about pricing.
About you're talking about food. I mean, I'm just saying high level. You want to be able to go down a path where your cost of food is at least reasonable, right? The idea is that it needs to be. I mean, it needs to be sustainable for society, but also from a price point. Do you have a path? Do you have a path by
we
which
do.
the price comes down?
We do. Yes, we do. I'm happy to really share. Because I already mentioned the pricing, so I cannot share you what is our gross profit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because this one is going to be published. So let's put it like this. There's always a price to pay for sustainability. What is that? For soy, you cut down the Amazon, you grow soy. You pay for the seed, you pay for the fertilizer. But for cricket, you have to pay for the technology to make it sustainable. You have to pay for the automation to really can multiple the production can be vertical farming. So and then also for soy, you're gonna have to pay extra for non-GMO. And if you benchmark the non-GMO or organic soys, it will be relatively similar to the cricket powder from us. So either you go for the mass market and then you pay extra for health costs, or you go for sustainable options and you don't have to pay for the health costs. And in the futures, when we target to the mass market, and I answer the questions of Kenny, we have no problem with scaling up the productions. And the more we produce, of course, is that the cost structure is gonna go down significantly. And with our technology, it's a standardized technology. It's produced in Vietnam, it's farmed in Vietnam. We use agricultural byproduct. So it means that we don't see any unconstant element in our pricing structures. It will be more competitive instead of getting more expensive.
Hi, Vicky. So this is Lucy. I just wanted to have one follow-up question regarding your comment about the protein. So in the US, I think there's some company that has started it about 4 or 5 years ago, but then there's some pushback on the cricket as an insect. So when customers listen to, oh, we're gonna have cricket as a dinner or lunch, they get some pushback on how, the idea of having an insect.
Yes.
So how do you deal with that from a, consumer standpoint, from marketing?
Okay. Yeah. So firstly, it's this is a young market. We are not every player in this market hoping for one day cricket protein become mainstream. But is it the right moment? Yes, not yet. So we're going to go to the niche where we will understand the concept, where we accept the sustainability idea to accept cricket. And then we have another group of client who disregard what is the source of protein coming from. So what they just care is that, oh, this is the protein, and I'm going to get this amount of protein to my product. And then they just care about the nutritional fact. They don't care about a cricket idea. So you can see in the market, you have a lot of companies, they mention very clearly, cricket bread, cricket protein shake. But there's also the company, they just mentioned it's a hyper protein product. So they get it from us, but they don't care about whether it's cricket or not, but they care only about nutritional profile. So in the market, they have a different consumer segments that depends on the producer, the brand going to tackle them. So for example, is that we have 2 clients in the US. One, they make tortilla chips. One, they use cricket as their tagline to sell. One, they use the protein as their tagline to sell. And then they both achieve into the segment that they are targeting for. But for me, about the bottom line, I would love to have people seeing cricket as a normal thing. It's not thing too high, and it's not thing to really overshare or supersede the taste and the flavor.
Sustainability is the key. Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This has been such a lively discussion, and I really appreciate it. So, Cricket One, great job, and we'll look forward to hearing from you more after this as well. But for now, I think we will have to move on to the next team. So PetKicks will be the last team to present for our conversation today. So please, PetKicks, go ahead and get set up. And before that, let's see a video from PetKicks first.
All right. So PetKicks. PetKicks is the world's first advanced 360-degree dog camera, and they make pet owners' life a lot easier with their pet tech hardware ecosystem. PetKicks allows customers to see their pets at any corner. Okay, so PetKicks, I can see that you already shared your screen and seem like you're already ready. You have 5 minutes, and yeah.
Right. So hi everyone, I'm Michael for the PetKicks. So there are many niche markets that need innovation, but big companies don't want to target those markets, and startup they don't want to make hardware. So we want to find a hardware market that has little competition but still big enough and target those markets. So the first market that we're targeting is pet technology. People leave their home most of the time, but they want to have dogs. So imagine you can check on your dog from any time and anywhere. So this is our first product. We know how hard it is to leave our dog at home alone. That is why we create the best dog camera in the world. I live with dogs, so I'm not only the creator, but I'm also the user of this product. So let's take a look at what makes us different. So comparing to any existing product, we are so far ahead. So you can read the comparison charts right here, and I will go over the unique selling point. The biggest difference is that we cover the whole room with the 360-degree camera. It doesn't matter where your dog in the room, you still can be able to see them. And you can make your dog run left or right by tossing the treat in any direction. And we are the only dog camera that can do that. So look at the video quality. PetKicks is the phone in the middle. Our image quality are phenomenal. You can even zoom in and read the text right here in the middle. And you can even zoom in and see how clear the backpack is. So this is what makes us better than everyone else. Privacy is a big concern to everyone. So when users don't use the app, PetKicks will automatically turn to the wall. So this will help our user feel absolutely secure. And we are the only dog camera with 360-degree rotation. So we're the only dog camera in the world can do this. And we know this method can be applied to many other fields. So we need to file for the provisional patent pending. And this is a $2 billion market and growing at 14%. And it's a $1 billion market that doesn't have a market leader, and we want to become one. So the way we make money is very simple. We are selling hardware, and we have a subscription for premium features such as parking alert, dog diary, activity alert, and so on. And we're also gonna have food subscription. So after perfecting our subscription model, we will sell the hardware at manufacturing cost and generate revenue from the subscription. Here's our traction. So we launched in September, and in last month, we got more than $18,000 order. And we have one patent pending, 1,000 people signing up to get update from us. And there's a lot of retailers all over the world are showing interest. So people think it takes a lot of money to manufacturing hardware, but we figure out a way that it's only requires $71,000 to start manufacturing. And this is a niche market, so we have a huge profit margin, and we can get to a profitable stage very quickly. Here's our logistics. We make the product in Vietnam, and then we will sell it. In the USA and Vietnam market, we ship it directly to consumer, and in other countries, we will go to retailer. And here's our growth plan. The most powerful marketing tool we have is the clip made by our existing customer that's selling on their social media. So we want to leverage this free and efficient marketing tool. Just imagine one clip that goes viral. It's gonna boost our sales tremendously. And then later on, we can always make more hardware, sell and expand to other countries through retailer. And this is just a store. We want to continue making great consumer electronic product in niche market. And because we develop all the technology in-house, so we can leverage our existing technology and bring a product from idea to mass production in 6 months. And very few startups can do that. And also because we target niche markets, so when big company they don't come in. So our main competitor are gonna be other startups. So here's our long-term goal. There are very few hardware company in Vietnam, so we set out to build the biggest electronic company in Vietnam. So after winning in the niche market, we can start making product that targets the mass population in Vietnam. There's a lot of unique problem in Vietnam that no other country have, and we can targeting those market. So we're doing all of this with just 5 people, and to keep doing good product and win the market, we need the best people. I'm going to talk to many of my friends in America to come back to Vietnam and work with me on this company. So if you are watching this live stream and want to join us on a journey to become the biggest consumer electronic in Vietnam, send me an email. Thank you. So,
awesome. Thank you so much, Pet Cakes. And please welcome the, we will now turn on to the Q&A from the judges. Please go ahead.
Where did you file the patent?
I'm sorry?
What geographies did you file the patent in?
In the USPTO.
Thank you.
Hi, Andy Wu here. I just wanted to ask, does it make sense for you guys to prioritize integration with existing like IoT and smart home standards like Zigbee and connected home over IP? And like, if so, like, do you see any complementarities with other aspects of the smart home, like lighting systems or, whatever?
Okay, so we really think about that. Like all the smart home system is basically on or off or scheduling. It doesn't require a lot of interaction on the phone, but our product require a lot of interaction on the phone. You play with your pet, you turn left, turn right, you throw the twist. So we have to design the UI that is very good for interaction. And all the smart home existing currently, like Amazon, it's only like on, off, or scheduling. So we don't have the plan to integrate with that.
And what's to prevent a large player with other IoT devices in the home, if this begins to be popular, putting a good camera in there alongside it with a rotator underneath it and competing with you directly, or even giving that away to just hold their customers?
Okay, so this is a niche market. So I think big player like Amazon will not come in, or even Samsung will not come in. But let's say even if someone to plan to come in and they already have like an existing system, let's say they have their smart home app already, and their smart home app basically doing on or off or scheduling. I don't think that they will redesign their whole like their whole UI and their whole app to compete with me, because this is a small market and the smart home market is way bigger. So it doesn't make economic sense for them to compromise their smart home product to compete with this smaller market.
I think, your strategy of focusing on the razor blade type model is a really smart one, where you really kind of selling the food or the subscription rather than really trying to sell the equipment themselves. So I really like that concept. But can you talk a little bit further on how does that translate in terms of profit for you?
So currently our hardware, we have 65% margin. It's a niche, again, niche market. You sell with smaller quantity, but the margin is huge. That's give us a good start because we are startups and hardware startups. So we want to get to profitable state. And also when we sell enough product, so my plan to integrate the food subscription is that starting, we will just be an affiliate. So we will not do the fulfillment ourselves. We just partner with a food company and then we get a cut from that.
You should think about partnering with Cricket Tone. They are producing protein.
Yeah. So Michael, really nice presentation, and you talked about being the best dog camera. That sounds really interesting. So could you talk a little bit about the subscription? you see, I think you mentioned two things in subscription. Could you say what is your subscription model?
Okay, so the first thing is software. So let's say people they're willing to pay. I already talked to a lot of dog owner. They're willing to pay a monthly price. Let's say $4.99 a month to know if their dog is parking abnormally when they leave the dog at home alone. So parking alert, and that's the first one. And then activity alert is that when their dog at home and going around the house, this camera will automatically recording their dog activity, so they can have like a summary of their dog activity. People willing to pay for that, and so that's like two most popular AI feature that customer want. That's a software side, and the food subscription side is simple. It's like like we can have like a subscription.
Got it. Okay, no, thank you. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael, can you share a little bit about the R&D cost and how long did it take you and the team prior to going, to start monetizing in September? How long was that process from inception to September, which is last month?
Okay. Yeah, I love to say it. So I'm a software guy. Also, I'm a mathematics and software guy. I work in the US, mostly doing software. But then I see the hardware is the future of Vietnam because there's no one doing hardware in here. And then I see in Japan and Korea and China, they're doing hardware. So I think eventually Vietnam will have to catch up with those countries. So I started doing research about hardware about 1 year and 11 months ago. So it took us almost 2 years from zero knowledge about hardware to get to this point of mass production. And our team only have 5 people. It's really small. I'm doing everything. I'm doing from hardware to software to business side. I know a little bit of everything, just enough to work with specialized people. And we have one hardware design guy, one embed code for the hardware, and one guy to do the cloud and the app, and one girl to help with the business. So it's just a team of 5. So the way I build my team is that I only tag in people that say the same philosophy, passion, and long-term vision. And anything that, let's say if I need something, but I cannot find the people to do that, I will outsource it.
Can I have a follow-up question on that? Because your background is in software and we're venturing into the hardware component. I've noticed a lot of your components is actually coming from other countries. Can you talk about how do you ensure quality, or that this camera works and it will continue to work? Because if you have a dog, and I would have imagined if I'm a dog, I would attack that machine, And so how do you ensure against that and not have a bunch of returns?
Okay, so dog usually they don't attack this machine, because when this machine throw out the food, the dog chase the food, not the machine. We test a lot already, and then just like any hardware product, we have to do a lot of testing individually before we sell. Starting, we have to do that just to make sure that everything is good. And the way I build this company is that before move back to Vietnam, I lived in China for 2 months. So I traveled to China and lived there for 2 months and get to know all the manufacturing. I even stay in their apartment with them. And I choose from 100 manufacturing down to a few one to work with to ensure the quality. So it's been a long process of choosing the manufacturer and partner to work with.
If you don't mind my asking, what could go wrong?
What could go wrong? I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
That's correct. What could go wrong? What's your biggest worry?
So my biggest worry right now is selling. So I'm a technical guy. Most people in our team is technical. So I'm talking with a few business people from America to join our team. So that is my biggest worry. Beside that, The technical side, I don't really worry about that because this is like an R&D cost, and we have this as our IP that build up, and we can always use this research and make all the product. So the first product, it took us 6 months, 2 years. But if the next product we build, it's probably take us like 5 or 6 months.
Thank you.
So, I believe that is all the time that we have as well. But thank you so much to the judges for your questions. And thank you to Pat Kicks for being our last presenter of the day. It has certainly been a treat to hear from you.
Thank you, Jason.
All right, and that is all the presentations we have for today. Now is going to be the time for our judges to deliberate into a separate breakout room within this meeting. Our mentorship team is going to assist the judges to join the breakout room. And I would also like to say that voting for the most favorite team has officially ended. Results will be announced on our main Facebook page after the final round. So please follow our Facebook page to see the results. And audience, please stay tuned while we wait for the judges to complete their assessment. We have so many more interesting talks and a panel discussion with notable entrepreneurs and investors in this meeting.
Right, and as we're waiting for the results, I am so excited to introduce our next speaker, an incredible Vietnamese woman entrepreneur and storyteller, of whom I am a big fan. Sarah Nguyen is the founder and CEO of Nguyen Coffee Supply. The woman-owned, millennial-owned, and the first Vietnamese coffee bean importer to the US. On a mission to transform the coffee industry through diversity, inclusion, and transparency, Nguyen Coffee Supply has been featured in the Wall Street Journal, Vice, New York Magazine, New York Times, Forbes, and Fortune, you name it, and has been honored with the 2019 Star Chef's Rising Star Award. Early January 2020, Imbibe magazine has featured Sarah Nguyen as one of the Imbibe 75 people, places, and directions that will shape the way you drink in 2020. She's also a Gold House Collective founder for Spring 2020, a leading network to celebrate and elevate the Asian American community. And what an appropriate time for those of us in the US who's late to hear from Sarah, who we need some coffee right now. So please go ahead, and we're excited to hear from you. I think you're on mute right now.
Right. Okay, now, okay. Yep. Hi, okay, so am I being casted? Oh, there I am. Hi, everyone. First of all, huge congratulations to all the finalists. To be honest, this is really past my bedtime. I'm here in Brooklyn, New York. It's almost midnight, but I have never been so excited and engaged and inspired by everybody's businesses and vision. So huge congrats. I'm super inspired and blown away. Like Jensen said, my name is Sarah Nguyen. I'm the founder and CEO of Nguyen Coffee Supply. And over the next, I'm going to time myself so we can stay on track. Over the next 10 minutes, I'm just going to share a little bit about my startup story and navigating the CPG startup world. Nguyen Coffee Supply, our mission is to establish Vietnamese coffee and Vietnamese coffee culture in mainstream American audiences, and then eventually the global audience. And then alongside with that mission, in the process of doing that, our social mission is to also bring more recognition and respect to Vietnamese coffee, Vietnamese people, and Vietnamese culture by elevating Vietnamese coffee in mainstream audiences. And then, of course, the last layer of this is our social impact mission is by including Vietnamese coffee in the premium and specialty coffee community and experiences in America, we actually also get to create more opportunities for Vietnamese farmers to transition from commercial coffee farming to premium coffee farming, which also leads to economic advancement for Vietnamese farmers, people, and of course the country. I'm going to share my screen right now and share a few photos. Let's see. Boop, boop. Desktop. Okay. Everyone can see my screen, right? Awesome. So as I mentioned, I am born and raised from Boston, Massachusetts. And so I know that we have a global audience. So I'm going to provide a little bit of context about the US audience, the US consumer behavior, consumer expectations in coffee to understand why Nguyen Coffee Supply is such a powerful company at this time. That's me in the middle right here, my mom and my older sister, Jen. My mom is from Quang Ngai originally. She left Vietnam when she was 18 after the war, ended up in a Hong Kong refugee camp for 2 years, and was eventually sponsored to come to Boston, Massachusetts, where we settled. And that's my dad. My dad is from Hanoi. And again, this was our first home in Boston. My dad also left when he was around 18 years old. Left by boat, a part of the group of Vietnamese refugees called Vietnamese boat refugees, went to Hong Kong coincidentally, and then he met my mom in Boston. And just a fun little fact, when my parents first met, like everyone, of course, in the Vietnamese refugee community liked my dad. He's like very handsome. But my dad liked my mom, who's from the South. So everyone was like, oh, she's from the South. How could you like her? And then my mom was like, oh, you're from the North. I don't hang out with communists, right? And then it was really funny. My dad was like, just because my government's that way doesn't mean I'm that way. And I feel that way about our government in America all the time. But so they got together, and Boston was where I was born and raised. So this is a photo from my very first trip to Vietnam with my current producing partner, An Tien, who's in the front and center. So the vision for Nguyen Coffee Supply started around 2016 because what was happening in American coffee culture is what's known as the third wave coffee movement or specialty coffee movement, which has been around for about 20 years now, right? And to briefly put it, the main values of specialty third wave coffee culture was all about transparency and origin. It was like, we want to know where the beans are from. We want to know who's farming the beans. We want to know what countries it's from. We want to know what the variety is, right? And third wave specialty coffee movement was centered heavily around Arabica beans and from Africa and South America, right? And at the same time, within American coffee culture, there was this horrible stigma that everyone kept repeating, and they kept saying Vietnamese coffee is cheap. Vietnamese coffee is inferior to Arabica coffee. Vietnamese coffee doesn't belong in specialty coffee culture, right? And it just blew my mind that there was this culture of we care about transparency and we care about people, but those values weren't being applied to Vietnamese coffee farmers, people, or community, right? And of course, taking a step back, the stigma of Vietnamese coffee being cheap, it comes from somewhere. It comes from the commercialization of Vietnam's coffee industry, which was, of course, pushed upon Vietnam by many corporate forces, right? And that's not to say that commercial coffee production in Vietnam isn't real, but we can't shift out of cycles or historical cycles if we don't shift our mindset or our narratives, right? So the main issue that I saw here was the global community was not giving Vietnam an opportunity to convert or transform from commercial to premium and specialty, and also participate in the specialty market, which would then lead to higher rates and a better quality of life, right? So all that really drove me to start Nguyen Coffee Supply. So in 2016, I went to go visit my current producing partner, and because my parents, they're both one of 7 to 8 siblings, and they were each the only ones to leave Vietnam. So most of my relatives, my aunts and my uncles, all my cousins are still in Vietnam. We're very, very close. I was just texting them all in Viber earlier today to come on to watch us. And then I basically met my current producing partner through my aunt, Go Phuong, in Vietnam. And long story short, let's fast forward to 2018. After working and building the company for 2 years, I finally launched Nguyen Coffee Supply as a direct-to-consumer brand in November 2018. And my startup journey is very, very bootstrappy. I didn't fundraise any money for the first year. It was my life savings. I was still working freelance in journalism and documentary films. And I took out a credit card. I put all my money in there, and I took out a credit card. And I really just built the company from end of 2018 all the way into 2019. This is a photo of my very first pallet. It was like the fall of 2018. It was like 5 bags of coffee beans, and I had no idea how to import, but I eventually figured it out. And I also learned how to roast. This is just what our final product looks like. I know it's nothing crazy to Vietnamese people because you already have Vietnamese coffee, but there's no brand like this in America, right? In America, we have Blue Bottle, Stumptown, Counterculture, Lavazza, all these legacy coffee brands. Even Lavazza is an Italian coffee brand. We have all these legacy coffee brands, but there's not one brand rooted in a Vietnamese identity, which is outrageous when Vietnam is the #2 producer of coffee in the world. But really, Vietnam contributes to global coffee experiences everywhere. So why doesn't Vietnam have that respect and recognition, right? I have my timer going. I know we have 3 more minutes. And in the first year we launched, I was right. People wanted not just Vietnamese coffee, but American consumers. We need diversity in all aspects. We need diversity in leadership. We need diversity in perspectives. And we need diversity in product offerings, right? No one was offering Vietnamese coffee, and we did. And all of this is organic press. It's not paid, it's not affiliate. And you scan the headlines, you see that we are really pushing a huge culture shift. It's not just about check out this coffee bean, it's about why the world is waking up to Vietnamese coffee, right? It's about giving Vietnamese coffee its due in America, right? So much of our company is, of course, the economic relationship, but even more excitingly, it's about putting Vietnamese coffee in Vietnam on the map and really giving Vietnam the respect that it deserves. This is from the last summer, summer 2019, the Wall Street Journal printed a story on us through paper, print, and digital. And so all this basically led to a lot of organic trashing. And then in October 2019, I raised my first friends and family round. It was a very small round of 200K, which really allowed us to catapult our growth. So when I first started, by importing 1 pallet at a time, 5 bags, and then we started importing 120 bags, which is half a container. And now we import full containers of 310 bags, which is about 44,000 pounds of coffee. So it's a lot of growth in the last 2 years. This is our warehouse in New Jersey. That's my last photo. I'm down to my last 2 minutes. And really, we're just getting started. So our 2 anniversaries arriving. We actually were wrapping up another small round this summer, a $500,000 round. And our vision is really to build a global coffee company that becomes a platform for the entire Vietnamese coffee experience, whether that's roasted coffee or ready to drinks, right? Or single serve coffees. It's really just kind of bringing and celebrating Vietnamese coffee on the global map in a way that really respects the people and the culture that created it. So in my last minute chatting with you all, I just want to say that after hanging out with everyone for the last 2 hours, I'm so honored. I'm so honored to be a part of this community of global Vietnamese entrepreneurs with just so much brilliance and so much innovation and so much tenacity and intelligence. And I know that everyone here and so much more of our extended community who isn't here will continue to change the world with our vision and our work and our ventures. So thank you so much for doing this. Thank you so much to VietChallenge for creating the space and bringing us together. And I really look forward to following all your journeys and seeing how we all shape the world together. So cheers and good luck to all the finalists.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sarah Nguyen, for your wonderful story. I thoroughly enjoyed all your wonderful pictures and the story behind how you founded Nguyen Coffee. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the VietChallenge team, I would like to wish you the best successes and best of all of the new ventures that life has in store for you. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you.
Next is one of our most fascinating sessions of the final round of VietChallenge, our panel discussion titled Startup Insights, a Perspective from Investors. And I'm sure that this session will provide opportunities for VietChallenge startups as well as other young entrepreneurs to meet, learn, and cultivate valuable feedback and experience from our major investors, and to acquire more skills needed in company founding through sharing real-life experiences from founders and investors. So with that, please join us in welcoming our 4 panelists to our stage today. First, Ms. Ando, principal of Padamar Capital, an early stage venture capital firm investing in companies serving the mass market in South and Southeast Asia. Prior to joining Padamar Capital, Ms. Do was a vice president at DWS Alternative, a leading global investment manager specializing in private equity and real assets. Ms. Do is also a long-term mentor for SEO Vietnam and the Lương Văn Can Scholarship Fund, 2 nonprofit organizations that are set up to support and develop leadership capacity for young professionals in Vietnam.
We also have Mr. Gavin Teo, General Partner at Altera Ventures, a venture capital partner dedicated to Southeast Asian founders. He was previously a general partner at B Capital Group, a global venture growth fund where he led the investment committee and managed investments in digital health and consumer internet. Earlier in his career, Mr. Teo was an investor at Comcast Ventures, a product manager at Zynga, and a management consultant at Bain & Company. Gavin earned his MBA from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, where he graduated as a Palmer Scholar and holds a BA in economics from Claremont McKenna College.
And next, we also have Mr. Olivier Rosen, co-founder and managing partner of Phoebe Ventures. It's an early-stage venture capital fund supporting outstanding entrepreneurs in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. Previously, Olivier was a general partner at Project A Ventures. He also held executive roles at Google, YouTube, Microsoft, and Yahoo. Olivier was also a tech entrepreneur in Europe and received a master's degree from Audencia Business School.
And last but not least, we have Ms. Vi Le, co-founder and general partner at Do Ventures, a premier early-stage venture capital firm that focuses on making venture capital investment in information technology companies in Vietnam and Southeast Asia. She is an innovative serial entrepreneur with extensive experience in operations and keen insights into the Vietnam market. In 2010, Ms. V founded Chan.vn and served as CEO, developing the platform into one of the most popular online fashion shopping centers in Vietnam. In 2014, she exited Chan.vn to Vingroup, the largest private conglomerate in Vietnam. She then served as the CEO of Vingroup's e-commerce subsidiary, Adaroy.com, and successfully scaled the company from scratch to reach a few $100 million USD in revenue.
Awesome.
Welcome all the panelists.
Thank you so much for joining with us today. So to begin, I would love to ask first, kind of a question to throw it out to all of you, and then we can dive in to get to know more about your specific investment strategies and everything with regards to your specific firm as well, just to get the audience to know a variety of different investing practices. But I think it would be a filler for VietChallenge if we had gone without kind of exploring more about the investing landscape in light of the year that we're in right now, 2020. So with that, I would love to ask everyone to just get your perspectives on how your investment practice has changed in the past year, whether you look at investing differently, whether you are currently investing in different industries than you used to before, or whether you're targeting an earlier stage startups or more startups that have more tractions or things like that, or so all of those things about investing in the age of 2020. I would love to hear from you all.
Great. Well, thank you very much, guys, for hosting. And it's a real pleasure to be on this panel to learn from everyone here. So a special shout out to Stephen and Jean and Jensen, you and Sabrina for really helping to organize and move us through really great agenda today. And also hello to V and to Anne and to Olivier. Good to see you guys. So just by brief summary in terms of where we focus at Altera Ventures, we really look at early stage opportunities across Southeast Asia, where Vietnam is a critical market for all the reasons around demographic shifts, digitization, the growth of large consumer markets, and increasingly business verticals that are ripe for technology to continue to transform and enhance existing ways of doing business. We really see the opportunity across the region as falling within 6 broad categories. I think the first 3 are generally recognized, I think, as kind of the recent wave of Southeast Asia technology integration into e-commerce, logistics, and financial services. So I think those 3 tend to converge and seem to be quite prevalent across all of ASEAN as well as in Vietnam. But then also increasingly we're seeing activity at the early stage in companies that are trying to solve new issues and challenges with technology in areas like healthcare and education technology, and also in business software. And so as I look at some of the startups today that we had the privilege of hearing from, the range is very broad, from alternative food and consumer electronics through to education and even enterprise software for the hospitality space. So I think this is a really great sign that there's tremendous innovation and excitement. As a fund, we tend to invest at the Series A stage. So for that definition, we tend to think of $2.5 to $3 million entry equity checks, pricing and leading 5 to 8 million Series A rounds, where we'd love to invest alongside other great investors and teams that have a local sourcing capability and relationships on the ground in Vietnam. So it's a real pleasure to be here and to share more ideas around how we can all help each other as we build this ecosystem in technology.
Thank you. And we would like to hear more from Ms. Vile. Can you share a little bit?
Hi, thank you VietChallenge team for organizing such a wonderful event today, and I'm glad to be here. Just echo what Gavin just shared with you. So I think one of the biggest advantage of the Vietnam market is our demographics. So for us, for the long-term strategy, it remains unchanged. So DoVenture is a 50 million early stage investment firm. We focus on investing in company at seed to Series B. So basically, we put in our seed money, 500,000, and we love to follow up. We love to do follow-on investment into a company up to Series B. And our focus actually in the two groups of companies. So Group 1, we want to invest in consumer tech company in sectors like Gavin just mentioned, in healthcare, in education. Company that leverage technology to enhance the lives of consumer, especially the young consumer nowadays. And in the second group, we actually focus on enterprise software and enabling software that can bridge the gap between e-commerce player or e-commerce merchant or fintech merchants and the consumer. So that would be our focus, and it would remain unchanged. Although after COVID, we think consumer behavior in Vietnam will fundamentally be changed. Obviously we will look deeper into sectors that can benefit after COVID, like online media or enterprise solution, or even education and healthcare.
Thank you, Ms. V, for sharing. How about Ms. Ando? Can you please share a little bit? Sorry, I think you are on mute. We cannot really hear you.
Hello, is it better now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, sounds great. First of all, thank you, the organizing team, for the opportunity to be on this panel and to learn from everyone. Just as a reminder, for Patama Capital, we are an impact venture capital fund, which means in addition to being a traditional venture capital fund, an important pillar of our investment criteria is to improve the economic livelihood of the communities we serve. And our ideal portfolio companies should either serve the low to middle income consumers or the small and medium enterprises in Southeast Asia. What happened is throughout the entire COVID pandemic situation, I think our two targeted customer group segments have been extremely exposed, and there have been significantly a story surrounding our investment thesis to focus on the underserved and the unserved segments of these customers. In terms of sector focus, we are looking for financial inclusion, consumer-focused businesses, and we're quite interested in tech-enabled distribution platforms in niche e-commerce, logistics, fintech, and health tech. So one example of this is actually we still make investment and actively looking for investment throughout the entire COVID period. Last month, we just led and closed successfully a Series A round in micro, small and medium enterprise lending businesses called Kim An in Vietnam. This is our first investment from our second fund, and it shows that these segments have been extremely exposed, the MSME segment in the Vietnamese economy. And Kim An has provided a financing gap between financing institutions as well as these companies.
Thank you so much for sharing.
Amazing.
Thank you for sharing your insights. I want to follow up with you on that note as well, Miss Ando, and kind of get to know your thoughts a little bit more on what you just mentioned. So yeah, so I think given the Vietnamese market and in the context of everything that's happening, what advice do you have? So how do you think emerging Viet startups can make a disruption in the industries right now? Of course, there are so many things that are new, but what advice would you have?
I think generally, first of all, we're very excited about the large market size and the enthusiasm of the entrepreneurs we've got to meet in Vietnam. From a macroeconomic perspective, Vietnamese economy has been one of the most resilient throughout the entire global COVID situation. And we're underpinned by a large population, young population driving growth. Researchers estimate that by 2035, 50% of Vietnamese population will enter the middle income class category. That is a very positive sign, which means there will be booms in consumer spending to come in the next decade or so. We have 70% smartphone penetration, extremely high internet penetration rate, but still 85% of our transactions are cash-based, and 97% of all the enterprises in the country are MSMEs. That means there's so many potential areas, so many segments that have not been served adequately to be touched on. So generally, we have been in the market for 8 years, and we have seen the entire Vietnamese startup ecosystem evolved and mature significantly over the past couple of years. There are existing problems and key pain points that we think still exist. For example, lack of credit to the MSMEs, the cashless payment system, which have not been in place, the fintech infrastructure development still can grow and scale significantly, the high logistic costs, which pretty much really underpin the entire high cost of living in the country. There's still agricultural efficiency. These are a few problems and that I've just named here, and we continually to meet visionary founders who are keen on tackling these problems, and we're inspired by their stories every day.
Thank you, Ms. Ando. And I would also like to hear from Mr. Olivier. Mr. Olivier from Phoebe Ventures. After learning about some of the advice and room for entering the market, I would love to hear your perspective on how firms like yours decide where to invest. Can you please share a little bit?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me, and congratulations to organizer, founders, entrepreneurs, and all the ecosystem builder supporting VietChallenge. So Phoebe, just in a few words, $25 million fund. We do seed investment, mainly Vietnam and other countries in Southeast Asia. Category agnostic. Having said that, we like pretty much education, logistics, fintech, and health tech. We've done 7 deals this year, 3 with Sequoia Capital, 1 with SoftBank, and 2 with one of the New York City fund called FG Labs. We're pretty excited by the economy here. I was looking at the numbers in year to date, with already more than 2.2% growth, and the government expected to grow at 3%. The wholesale and retail is plus 5% already in year to date. Same for construction, export and manufacture is also 5%. Construction is also 5%. Employment at 2.2%. Registered capital this year in year to date is plus 15. So a lot of positive, let's say, macro numbers. And when we look at also the optimism of the company in Vietnam, I was reading a survey last week where 45% of the company are pretty optimistic for this year, like 10% are 35% are flat and 10% are only pessimistic. So definitely Vietnam is in a pretty good situation for several reasons. I believe that they manage pretty well the COVID situation. The political system is pretty stable. They definitely have a long-term vision, and they can planify in midterm. So pretty good, and also the quality of the political system and the political people is pretty interesting compared to other emerging markets. And at the end of the day, the citizens themselves, always, when you look at the education and the Confucius culture, when you look at the gender balance in the business, when you look at how people are hard worker and have the kind of grit a lot of scientists and data-driven people, and obviously young and large population. So you have several ingredients from the political standpoint and from the citizen standpoint to have a great year, especially from 2021.
Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. I think that's really important. I think one of the things that we've talked about kind of where firms can enter, and then from the perspective of the investors as well. But I think one of the questions that I do have, and I think the other kind of startups would love to hear more from your perspectives, and I would like to direct this question to Ms. Vile. Ms. Vile, is we kind of forgot about we didn't forget, but we have not talked about this other kind of player as well, who is the government, and would love to get your thoughts on what you think about the current structures for financial support policies that Vietnam has for startups.
So honestly, I think our government has done a wonderful job in terms of improving the legal infrastructure for startups and for foreign investors to come in and invest in Vietnam. Although we still face many challenges because most of the foreign funds, when they enter Vietnam, they need to technically register the capital with the government, and the startups still need to wait for the government to approve the funding before they can receive the money. But basically, I think the overall framework has improved a lot, especially in terms of tax incentives and in terms of regulation support for unregulated industry in the past few years. For example, in the past few years, foreign investor didn't really understand the legal the regulation framework in some industry like sharing economy. So last year, the government actually put up regulation for that sector. So I think moving forward, a couple of things that can really enhance the capability of foreign investor when coming to Vietnam. Number one is if government can really issue regulations for some of the unregulated industry like medtech or fintech, that would really help the foreign investor. And secondly, if government can look into how foreign investor can quickly disperse the money into startups in Vietnam, that would definitely help.
Thank you, Ms. Vile. And I'd like to thank all of our 4 panelists. So many amazing insights from you all, but I'm so sorry because we have very limited time, and we really wish that we had more time to hear from you all. So we will make sure to schedule another separate talk for us to hear more all about your insights. So thank you, and sorry, but we will definitely talk to you again, and we would love to hear more from you. So thank you. Thank you for joining us today. And now is a very, very exciting moment. Jensen, have you received any information from our judges?
We have heard that they are ready after the deliberations, and that we have the results on who the winner of VietChallenge 2020 is. And so with that, we are excited to hear about who will walk home with the grand prize of $15,000, and who the other teams are who did wonderful as well, who will also receive a prize of $1,000 after the presentation today. So with that, I would love to welcome back our judges, and represented by Ms. Andrain and Mr. Mike Edelhart, to announce the winner of VietChallenge 2020.
Before we announce the winner, could I ask everyone to turn your video on so we can take a screenshot during this very important moment? Please keep your video on if you can.
So thanks. So I have been asked as a form of exquisite torture to say a few things about my experience as a judge here at VietChallenge since I've been judging from the very beginning. And then I will turn it over to Anne to actually announce the winner. Our fund got involved in VietChallenge because we had been mightily impressed by Vietnamese American partners that we had backed. Coming out of Stanford, coming out of Y Combinator, coming out of all sorts of places in America. We found them to be brilliant and hardworking and impressive and patriotic and just delightful. And we began getting curious about what's going on back there in Vietnam to produce people like this, and met the organizers of the VietChallenge way back at the beginning when this was a very small event. And I'd say back then we were interested, curious. And in those early years, we were surprised by the consistent vigor we saw among the, not just the entrepreneurs, but the entrepreneurs, the organizers, just like tonight, the panelists, everyone, the commitment to Vietnamese society, wanting to do good back home, wanting to create jobs and improve life and make things better for brothers, sisters, families, uncles, mothers, fathers. The openness. I go to a lot of these, and at many of them, I'm asked questions, and far less often do the folks asking the questions appear to actually care about the answers. And when I'm among Vietnamese entrepreneurs, they're more open to actually listening. So they're either smarter or more polite or both, but it's noticeable. And as the challenge has grown, I'd say we've been increasingly impressed. A couple of my partners have taken part in these events alongside me by the quality and the readiness for the world market we've been seeing in the companies we meet through the challenge. At our fund, we see borders getting thinner in Asia, worldwide. We see the Pacific Ocean getting smaller, and the Atlantic Ocean too, for that matter. So we're not so much seeing Vietnamese American companies anymore. We have companies that are Vietnamese and American. We're not so much seeing Vietnamese market companies as we did early on as world market oriented companies where some or all of their operations happen to be based in Vietnam. And those are all exciting factors for us. And all of our research says that this region, the arc from Singapore south, is going to become increasingly important to the world, is going to become increasingly wealthy, valuable, coming into the front ranks of countries. And so important in all ways. So I'm proud and delighted to have been here, and I'm proud and delighted to have been able to take part tonight. And as we were talking a few minutes ago, absolutely delighted that this particular event didn't happen at 3 o'clock in the morning, my time, as last year's did. So I'm actually sort of awake and everything. So thank you for having me, and thank you for putting on an excellent event and presenting a very impressive set of presentations and a very impressive set of companies. We've been told over and over tonight there can only be one winner, but speaking for myself and our fund, happy to talk to any of the companies we heard from tonight. And on that, let me turn it over to you, Anne, our first timer to actually do the honors.
Yes, I feel very lucky to have the ability to share the good news. And first, again, thanks to the VietChallenge team for really an excellent event. And to all the entrepreneurs, 2020 has represented a huge increase in the degree of difficulty of entrepreneurship. And you are all impressive in terms of adapting and going on to conquer the new challenges of this era. So without further ado, I will do a little drum roll, and the winner is Cricket One. Congratulations to the Cricket One team.
Congratulations, Cricket One. Congratulations, you well deserve the first prize because your pitch today was amazing and your business idea is truly innovative.
Thank you.
All right, so we would like to ask, how are you feeling right now?
To be honest, it's like I did not expect this
like we have the 5 teams, and they are really strong. And I like the ideas the most. Yeah, and most of the company, most of them like start like projects. They have a certain milestones in terms of tractions, and then they also solve a lot of issues like in the micro scale instead of like macro scale. But yeah, I'm truly happy to hear the news. And actually, my co-founder, he just texted me, and then he said, "He's like, do we win? Do we win?" And I said, "I don't know, I don't know. I'm waiting for the result." But then I think I'm gonna have to give him a call first after this. Yeah, I'm super happy, and then yeah, so fascinating. And actually, um, I just shut the door because my 6 months old baby just woke up. Yeah, maybe she heard I was screaming. That's why she woke up.
Oh, that is heart. That is heartwarming. Thank you so much, and congratulations again. And we want to congratulate every other team as well. You all did amazing, and please know that this is not the end of your VietChallenge journey. At least we hope so. Please continue to work with us. We would love to keep working with you and help you connect with other investors, or just be a part of our network as well. So congratulations again to every team and Cricket One as well. And we will see you soon after the competition today. So last but not least, we want to turn back to our other station in Vietnam and just get a quick reaction from the Vietnamese team, from the team in Vietnam. And after that, I think we'll see what we have. All right. Well,
entrepreneurs, and representatives of the VietChallenge team in both US and Vietnam. First of all, I would like to congratulate to Cricket One for being the winner of VietChallenge 2020. And also congratulations to all the team that has reached this finale. You've done amazing jobs, and you've proved that through perseverance, through endurance, through diligence, and with some luck, and especially with the support of the VietChallenge team, both in the US and Vietnam, we can conquer all challenges and reach out to new markets and investors everywhere. From Vietnam, the Hanoi Youth Union has been a keen supporter of VietChallenge since 2018. You know, back then the competition was overseas mostly, and the domestic ecosystem hasn't known much about VietChallenge. But since then, we have come a long way. VietChallenge has become truly the most prestigious competition all over the world for overseas Vietnamese. And now for 2020, we have 38% of the teams joining VietChallenge are from Vietnam, 40% are from Ho Chi Minh City, and the majority of the VietChallenge competitors are sourced in Vietnam. So please, let's take a look at the domestic market wherever you are, in the US or in England or in Australia or wherever. Take a look at the domestic market. Think about the challenges of the country. Think about the solutions that you can bring about to bring about a happier life for everyone. So as the last word, I would like to thank VietChallenge, chị Mai Phan, Tài, Jean, Chang, and others who supported and who have organized this event. Continue to work with you, as well as sponsors such as SSI and other partners in the US, in Vietnam, or other countries. In the end, I would like to wish you health, good luck, and success in the years to come despite COVID. This is a chance to prove that we can conquer all the challenges and become stronger after the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hình Trần. That is a great reminder to hear from the team in Vietnam that even though we're in this virtual environment, we are still very connected. So with that, we would like to thank all the judges, the sponsors, the guests, panelists, startup teams, and thank you to the VietChallenge organizing team as well for putting everything together. And thank you for a great reminder to hear from the team in Vietnam that even though we're in this virtual environment, we are still very connected. So with that, we would like to thank all the judges, the sponsors, the guests, panelists.
All right, and thank you again.
Thanks everyone for being a great part of VietChallenge. I just want to say that on behalf of the organizing team, we cannot say, like, no words can express how grateful we are to everyone here who have donated on your time, to the contestants who trusted our competition, trusted that like we would give you access to the best mentors, the best judges, and also to our volunteers who've been working countless number of hours. And if you look at our eyes now, you probably know that we did not sleep a lot. But so just want to thank everybody. Congratulations to Cricket One once again. I'm very proud because this is the second year in a row that a woman founded business won VietChallenge. So this is extremely impressive. And knowing that your baby is only 6 months, kudos to you, and kudos to all the moms out there who are doing business and working as startup founders. So good luck to all the teams. We will see each other again, we promise. And we will, very soon, we will be announcing the new plan for VietChallenge 2021. And it's going to be very exciting. And thanks to our hosts, Jensen and Sabrina. You guys did a terrific job today. Very proud of you guys.
Thank you, Chị Mai. Thank you so much. And yes, once again, thank you, the audience, for watching our live stream on our website, Facebook, and YouTube. And it's been greatly meaningful, our journey of empowering and enabling Viet entrepreneurs. Thank you, and we hope to see you again in 2021, hopefully in person, so we can continue to create amazingness. And finally, we have a very special present for VietChallenge to celebrate their 5th birthday and also to celebrate all of our amazing volunteers. Thank you, everyone, and good night if you are in America, and have a good day if you're in Vietnam. Thank you and goodbye.
Thanks.
The idea of VietChallenge came to me 5 years ago. At the time, I was a law student, and I was invited by my brother, who was a PhD student in computer science at the time, and his lab mates to start a tech startup. The idea is to create a platform to connect Vietnamese entrepreneurs with mentors, with investors. We will provide training and educational program on entrepreneurship, in addition to no strings attached cash prizes that we offer through our 3-round judging competition.
I joined VietChallenge as one of the first members when I was a sophomore at TUPS. Seeing VietChallenge grows from 5 people to more than 50 staffs and volunteers today is an inspiration. Hosted by the Association of Vietnamese Students and Professionals in the United States, VietChallenge has proven to be the first and the largest accelerator for Vietnamese startups.
Wow, I cannot believe that it has been 4 years since I started with VietChallenge. During my senior year of college, I was working at the external relations team and gradually had the opportunities to help lead and expand our competitions, hosting many events not only in the US, but also in Vietnam and other countries with our partner all around the world. I guess the most incredible part of being part of VietChallenge is the opportunity to work with a highly driven group of people who are always wanted to be part of the solutions. from our portfolio startup founder to our mentor, judges, advisors, sponsors who has been with us since day one. Thank you very much for believing in us, and I hope that you are proud of us.
From the very beginning, it's been a while. How I know of VietChallenge is actually through one of my former colleagues and coworkers, Mai Zimmer's. One of the biggest things that's changed is that the competition has grown much bigger, and the teams have gotten more sophisticated and better. They've been really good from the very beginning, but it's just, I think as more people know about the competition, you get better submissions, you get more people interested.
I had worked with several Vietnamese startups when I was serving as an EIR in Vietnam. So when I met Mai Zaimaris and Jean Pham and learned about VietChallenge, and I just think that it's a wonderful group of companies who will be represented in the finals with some very interesting business ideas and teams. And I'm really looking forward to the competition and seeing who actually lands up, winning the competition. Will be very exciting.
For my work, I got to know about VietChallenge, and then I was invited firstly to be a judge for a round of pitches, and then as a mentor. So this is how I got to know VietChallenge in the last few months. So far, what I can say is that I'm really happy about how enthusiastic Vietnamese entrepreneurs are and how eager they are to take risks, basically. Also, through my work at ThinkZone, I see a lot of young entrepreneurs who just start their businesses, who are really enthusiastic about.
I first volunteered for VietChallenge when I was 18 years old and a freshman in college. I also attended the first event of VietChallenge when I first moved to Boston, and that's when I decided to join the team. I was and am now still in charge of, in many aspects, media content for VietChallenge. And I have also been involved in primarily the back-end and post-media content for VietChallenge, including videography, photography, and live streaming. I have live streamed and recorded many passionate and intriguing speeches while working for VietChallenge. It has been a great honor to capture the performance of many great startup founders and promote their image to the public.
Personally, I always admire entrepreneurs and leaders who can create jobs, make great innovations, and have an impact to the society. And for me, I feel very fortunate with the decision to move to Boston for my MBA degrees, as I met the VietChallenge team here, in which I think is the destiny of my life. And I'm really proud that for the past 5 years, VietChallenge has helped to elevate over 800 startups. Our startups have secured over $8 million of investment, and VietChallenge has awarded approximately $200,000 in cash with no string attached to its contestants. And we have created over 10,000 jobs all over the world.
Since 2018, VietChallenge and local partners have created many opportunities for startups in Vietnam to connect with international investors, and also to link the internal domestic ecosystem with the larger ecosystem in the world.
The relationship I have with VietChallenge is unlike any other. I first agreed to help with the VietChallenge marketing team only for the 2018 competing season. I later found myself flying back and forth between the West Coast and the East Coast, even flying back to Vietnam to support the competition. The passion for this organization has definitely grown bigger in me. We work together, we take care of each other, we share the same vision for VietChallenge, and above all, we strive for the same goal of supporting and growing the Vietnamese startup ecosystem.
I have a very unique story joining VietChallenge. We joined VietChallenge as a startup in 2017. We are the finalists and we made it to Boston. And I had the chance to meet with a very experienced businessman, good mentors and other startups. We learn a lot and benefit a lot from the competition. So when I come back to Vietnam, I like to join and to share the opportunities we have to the other startup in Vietnam. That's why I become the VietChallenge National Director in Vietnam.
As the marketing lead, we reached more than 20,000 followers on social media channels, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube. Most of them are startup founders, investors, and mentors. We actually created and nurture a great community to support the startup ecosystem.
I'm excited for the exponential growth that all 16 semifinalists have shown upon the completion of our mentorship program this year.
We're honored to serve as a bridge between our startups and mentors and investors from around the world. Our goal is to best prepare our startups so they can walk out of the VietChallenge competition stronger and smarter.
As a core member of mentorship team, I have coordinated meetings with mentors, semi-finalists, support for big events such as Investor Day, virtual demo, and take a good care for judges in semi-final round and final round this week.
Looking forward, we will stay focused on being an integral part of the Vietnam-US ecosystem. At the same time, we are actively helping founders navigate the challenges during COVID-19. One way to do that is through our VietChallenge Venture Network, which were recently launched during the Investor Day on October 4th, 2020. The events give an opportunity for our top 10 startups to directly interact with more than 60 investors and venture capitalists from all over the world.
During that process, we received so much support from the business communities here in the US, in Vietnam. We're so blessed to have the support of our mentors and judges who have volunteered their time. And for some of them, they did that. They contributed countless numbers of hours over the past 5 years for it. We're also so thankful to our sponsors, especially Mr. Nguyen Duy Hưng and Saigon Securities Company and NDH Corporation, as well as other sponsors who stood by us from day one, has been with us, and their unconditional support is just overwhelming and so appreciated by our team.
And happy birthday, VietChallenge. Happy birthday, big years. All the best for you.
Happy birthday to VietChallenge.